Good. Let's see what he does with it. Still a little twitchy. It gets that way when I don't sleep. I slept through it! No! I know! No! No, so sad! Like, dude, I woke up like around halftime, and we were up by like 2, and I'm like, alright, I went back to sleep. And I woke up with like 3 minutes left. And then I threw down, I did my stuff. And then I looked at it, and I felt that was sick, right? You closed it out. Good win. And then I like got on Twitter and I'm like, oh shit. Let's go. That was sick, dude. I'll say this, I play with a lot of heart. I'm a big fan of this school. It's one of the most... As he should. I saw it. It was still pretty smooth. It was like... I know. He's doing things. I hope they get a Sports Center top 10. They deserve it. Good camera work. Fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zoo Arena and the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. It is America's tip-off to high school basketball as we continue with 22 games in over 44 hours.
Mizzou Arena is the site of the Norm Stewart Classic. John Edwards, Jenny Hopkins, and Sarah Daly will join us here in a little while. But, Jenny, it should be a good one here. Jefferson City Jays taking on the East St. Louis Flyers.
It is going to be an up-and-down contest. I think there's going to be a lot of coast-to-coast action.
Michaela Britch, 21.8 points per game, almost 9 boards a game. He is a human highlight reel for this East St. Louis team.
It's going to be fun to watch him, and he is definitely not it's not a one-horse team. They have some other role players that fill in and do a tremendous job.
For Jefferson City, this is a team that's guard heavy, and for second-year head coach Josh Buffington, he's had some time to work with this group coming off the pandemic, in which really in his first year didn't get much time to work with them at all.
That is true, but I do think that they have a great lineup. He said at any point in time he has 8 starters, and they're very competitive in practice on who's going to get the playing time, who's going to get the starting lineup. He leaves that window open for players to step up, and I think that is a sign of a great, well-balanced team.
Going to look at the starting lineups for both teams. Michaela Britch, Danico Rucker, Danon Rucker, Antoine Robinson, and Demarion Brown, who averages 5.8 rebounds per game and over 10 points for this East St. Louis team, and their head coach is Mark Chambers. For Jefferson City, Josh Buffington's the head coach. It'll be Trip Mawson, Kendrick Johnson, Steven Samuels, Jordan Martin. We'll talk more about him during the course of the day. And Cole Heller. Unofficially, we have Jefferson City as 4-2 on the season, and one of their 2 losses came from Rockbridge, who they played earlier this season.
Yes, and I think that playing on this stage, both teams are really motivated. You could tell during the warm-ups and even before the game, they were soaking it in. They like being on this stage.
East St. Louis will wear the blue uniforms, and they will go left to right in the first half. Steven Samuels in the left corner. Ball goes underneath Cole Heller. Heller spins, turns in the lane, shot no good. Rebounded down by Michaela Britch.
It's a nice tight man-to-man.
Oh, way different than what we saw before.
On this end, you're looking at a zone, and a great ball movement. Finds him right on the baseline, and a good finish.
Demarion Brown with the first bucket of the game. 2 fast basketball teams like to play downhill both ends. Shot rolls around in and out, no good by Jordan Martin. Layup back at the other end by Michaela Britch.
He leaves no doubt that was going in.
Michaela Britch committed to K-State. He'll play his basketball there.
Good tight man-to-man. I mean, they're making it difficult for those first passes, but who gets the open route?
Trip Mawson with a 3. I was screened on my end. I couldn't see what was going on.
It was a nice cut to get up to the basket. Does a great job getting his feet underneath him, squaring up and letting it fly.
Foul's going to be on Cole Heller. It's going to be his first. It'll send Demarion Brown to the free throw line.
See that 3-pointer right there? Nice job. See how he got himself set, tested the wind, did a little bit of everything before he had a beautiful release.
Brown makes the first free throw for East St. Louis. Brown makes both free throws. It's a 6-3 lead. Kendrick Johnson up over midcourt.
Jefferson City looking to try to find that basket line. They've got to explode through the defenders. They can't waste any time.
Floater through the middle is good by Jordan Martin.
Jordan Martin did just that. I mean, he found that little inch that he needed to get to the basket.
Danon Rucker near side, 3 ball on the way is good by Antoine Robinson. We've seen more points in this first couple of minutes than we saw in the first half of the last game.
Right. A great shot there by Robinson. He's heading to California State University in Fulton to continue his basketball career.
Jeff City will inbound near side. Trip Mawson with the basketball.
Angles are going to be really important as well for Jefferson City. They've got to make sure that their cuts that they're changing their pace when they're cutting. That's the secret to getting open. You can't just run the same pace. You're going to be easy to guard. You got to have your B cuts. You got to have your L cuts, your C cuts. You got to make sure that you're being very methodical with your footwork when you play someone this athletic. Oh, that whistle took away that beautiful dunk.
Kendrick Johnson picks it up out. It's his first. I've been told he will dunk different ways every time.
I like it. As long as it goes in. That's all. That's
Deep
all.
three on the way, no good. It'll be Jeff City basketball.
East St. Louis with this extension on the defense again. They don't want them to relax at all. They want them to be able to play full court and have pressure on them.
Mawson for a 3. That's his second of the quarter, and it's a 9-8 game now.
Trey Mawson, he averages 5 points, 3 rebounds. He's already got 5 points.
Shot no good, rebound, and a dunk by Danico Rucker off the rebound, and a timeout taken. It'll be a 30-second timeout by Jeff City. They have to do a better job boxing out down on the low block off the missed shots, because East St. Louis has been getting to the rebounds here early.
They're leaving a little bit of space there underneath the rim that needs to be closed down. They've got to find a way to close that seam and shut that down, because if you let them have, a party underneath the basket, they're going to score at will. I think Jefferson City has done a nice job of handling that press, getting that three-pointer there and seeing the floor, taking that shot. That's been that's something that I don't think East St. Louis was expecting.
Trip Mawson with a heavily bandaged left hand. We'll see that during the course of the afternoon here. 4:47 to go in the first quarter. Jeff City to inbound. Pressure by East St. Louis. Samuels up over midcourt for Jeff City. Back cut, nobody was there. And a forced turnover because the pressure of the man-to-man defense, nobody was getting open.
Right. I mean, and that's their secret. I mean, that taking away that easy one pass, it's very difficult to get into your offensive set that way. And you've got to make sure you're handling the ball, because that ball pressure, you're not going to be able to see the floor very well because they are right there. They're trying to block that view. And East St. Louis has a lot of size. I mean, it's incredible what they have out on the floor. I mean, just in their starting lineup, you look at 6'7", 6'5", 6'4", 6'6", 6'8".
6'10", they got on the bench. I mean, it's crazy.
Right. And you've got to be able to see around the defense, and that makes it very difficult.
Alley-oop set up for Michaela Britch, not there. Cutting through the lane, shot no good, rebounded down by Antoine Robinson. Quickly back up court, Rich. Turnaround jumper, good, and he gets fouled.
That's why he's going to be a Wildcat. Kansas State got a steal right there. I mean, look at the body control. I mean, yes, the ball handling skills are great, but the body control, the core, as he goes up and he finds his target before he releases.
Free throw from Michaela Britch falls. He's got 5 here in the quarter. 14-8. Jeff City having a hard time getting the ball in bounds. They had two guys up court. Guards were well covered. They were getting no support. Mawson
got rid of that just in time. And looking, they've got to make sure that they spread the offense out. When you have a tight man-to-man like that playing against you, you've got to use every inch of the floor. You've got to be able to spread it out. You could get some isolation opportunities. You could get some one-on-one opportunities, possibly some mismatches, and some nice takes to the basket exhibited.
A reverse layup by Jordan Martin. Going up under the left side of the rim, but putting it home on the right side. Hanging up in the air. Rich for three, no good. Rebounded down by the Flyers. Out to the left corner. They get it out top. Brown, near side jumper is on the way, and it's good by Dana Rucker. And they get all their guys on the floor involved in the play. This isn't, I mean, we talk about the fact that McCaleb Rich is their team's leading scorer, but they got 4 guys total that average more than 10 points a game.
Yes, they do. And they do such a nice job of sharing the ball. Look at that example of sharing the ball.
I guess if you just put the ball in the air, he's going to dunk it no matter where he is.
Right?
Pull-up jumper, partially blocked by Demarion Brown. Up court.
I'm going to call that foul before he got that shot off. And you know, what great hustle and transition offense that they have. I mean, there's no fear. They're chucking it down, saying, we've got to go get it. Here's the lead pass.
Kendrick Johnson picks up the foul. East St. Louis leads 18-10 over Jeff City. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Norm.
Back inside Mizzou Arena, get a look at the Jefferson City Jays cheerleaders who made the trip here to Columbia, which is about a 35-minute drive over. East St. Louis with an 18-10 lead. The steal underneath. It's going to be a held ball, possession arrow. It'll be East St. Louis basketball.
That was a gutsy pass, I have to say, to be able to bounce past it in the middle of that zone defense. That was a gutsy pass.
Rowan Buffington and Nelson Schinkel for East St. Louis in the game. Davis Bynum for East St. Louis. Ball's going to go out of bounds off of Antoine Robinson. East St. Louis will pick you up 94 feet. Also coming in, McKinley Falconer. And as I mentioned his name, he picks up a foul, his first. Right on cue. It's almost like he knew.
He was listening. You're right. I mean, they will pick you up. I mean, I think when you're waiting to sub in, they're starting to guard you. I mean, as soon as you step on the floor. Very fundamentally sound as well on defense. You can see some of their rotations, the help defense as well. They've done a nice job with some of their spacing. Playing a tight man-to-man, doing it well.
Ball's it's going to go out of bounds off of East St. Louis. It will be Jeff City basketball. Rolling Buffington with the deep three. Schinkel back out to Buffington. Drive, baseline. Now Samuels. Up and under layup is good by Jordan Martin. He's got 6.
That is a horse shot right there. That was a great shot to be able to get that, find that way to get his shot off and in traffic. Impressive.
Baseline drive, hanging in the air. 3 on the way off the mark. Ball punched out to midcourt. And there's going to be a reach-in foul at midcourt.
McKinley Faulkner, though, I got to love his hustle. He did a nice job of hustling.
Davis Bynum picks up the foul, his first. Trip Mawson back in for the Jays. Man, constant pressure for Jeff City. I don't know. We watched Rockbridge in the last game, Jenny. I know they had a lot of pressure on this Peoria Notre Dame team, but East St. Louis just as busy defensively as Rockbridge was.
They're doing a great job, and they're reading each other. You'll notice, I mean, they've got their knees bent. They're on their toes. They're engaged. Off the ball is always a great indicator of a solid defensive team. If they're engaged and they're active, they're doing some good things, and they are active and engaged off the ball. They play tight. They've got a hand and foot in the passing lane. I like some of the closed stances, too. They make the cutters go through them.
Shots
blocked.
blocked.
They can block.
They do a little bit of everything. Three from the right side, no good. Rebounded down by Jordan Martin. Martin, just a sophomore at 6'5". He's already committed to college, but not for basketball.
For basketball.
He's the starting shortstop for the baseball team, and that's what he's committed to do at Arkansas.
Going to be a Razorback. And I have been to some baseball games at Arkansas, and I tell you that, the football team, well, it's well attended for obvious reasons. Basketball, well attended. Baseball is oftentimes the students' favorite thing to do is go to baseball games. My daughter graduated from there, and she said, yeah, we go to football, we go to basketball, but everybody loves going to baseball games. They always have great crowds there.
Beautiful facilities there as well.
Yes. See the
Martin.
5 seconds.
Martin takes to the basket, draws a foul.
He did a nice job of having that hang time to make that call easy. You'll watch how he explodes up. He says, here you go, refs, I'm going to hang here for a minute while you watch them hit me, and then he gets the foul, heads to the free throw line.
Davis Bynum picks up the foul. Jordan Martin will go to the free throw line with 3.6 seconds to go.
He's a returning all-district player. Great athlete. Averages 20 points, 8 rebounds, and a couple of assists.
Misses the second. He makes 1 of 2. He's got 7 in the quarter. Shot at the buzzer will count if it goes, and it goes.
Look at him, just another day at the office.
Danon Rucker knocks down the 3 at the buzzer, and East St. Louis will lead at the end of the first quarter, 21-13. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy!
To infinity and beyond!
Our disco-themed polar plunges are the
Yes!
proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. So grab your family and friends and boogie on down to a plunge near you. It's time to get freezing for a reason. Wait, where is Shiver Bear? To find out how you can get involved, visit somo.org/plunge.
Back here at Mizzou Arena, getting ready for second quarter action. East St. Louis leads 21-13. Drive through the lane, picked up. Samuels into the corner. Three from the left side. Air ball, no good. It's going to go out of bounds. It'll be Flyers basketball.
I feel like sometimes, Jefferson City, especially on the perimeter, I mean, they've had some nice shots on the perimeter, but it seems like they're adjusting their shot because of the reach for a lot of the defenders that are flying at them. But they've got to be able to shoot their shot and try to get that shot off without adjusting so much. I think that's what's been why they've had 2 or 3 short shots.
Good pump fake down on the baseline by Kendrick Johnson. Correction, that's Danico Rucker. Tatum Rucker for 3, no good.
Nice inside-out play, though, between the two brothers.
Through the lane, shot no good. Put back home by Nelson Schinkel.
Great job there by Nelson. Right place, right time.
East St. Louis was 8 of 14 in that first quarter, 57%, 1 of 6 behind the arc. That one shot made was at the buzzer for Jeff City in that first quarter. They were 5 of 12, 42%. They were 2 of 3 from behind the arc. Jumper is good by Danon Rucker.
Great on-ball defense here by Faulkner. Steven Samuels handling it well.
Baseline jumper is good by Nelson Schinkel. Nice mid-range shot for the big fella.
That is a great shot. It was a good shot to take. He needs to be involved underneath the basket.
Layup is good and a foul.
He's at least looking eye to eye with a lot of the players there, so he needs to be getting some touches and being involved in the offense.
Foul's going to be on Trip Mawson. It's going to be his second. Terrell Scott will go to the free throw line. He'll shoot 1. Free throw pinballs around, no good. Samuels with the rebound, up court layup by Massa, misses the bunny. Rucker back out top, Scott.
Good ball movement. I love how fast their passes are. I mean, they pass with purpose.
And they're to a spot, too.
Yes, they're quick.
3 from the right corner is good by Terrell Scott. He's got 5, and a timeout taken by Jeff City. They extend the lead to 11.
Danico Rucker, that was a great extra pass. I mean, he could have given a shot fake and tried to drive or do something himself, but he didn't. He made that quick reversal play. Look at this, how he says, shot fake. Nope, you've got a better shot. You take it. I like that selfless play.
They make assists on their buckets, so it's always a good thing. And as a coach, you like to see that.
They do. And, Coach Chambers, before the game, was talking about his players. He says, I said, what do you enjoy about coaching this team? I mean, yes, they've got talent, they've got skills, but he said this is also a very fun group to coach because, they've accepted responsibilities that they've been given. They've accepted their roles, and as a result, he feels like that has not only just helped them to be better basketball players, but it's helped them grow as young men to be able to take on those roles and contribute to a team and not just individual success. I think that's very powerful, and I can appreciate Coach Chambers instilling that. And I appreciate them being receptive to that kind of coaching. So kudos to both of those roles.
East St. Louis, man-to-man defense. Jeff City up over midcourt, down 11. Jumper good by Kendrick Johnson.
And that's a great shot, too, because he stepped forward and then he faded back. He was creating that space to get his shot off and not trying to alter it.
I almost felt like they passed up 2 looks that they had earlier that they could have just taken to the basket. Shot is going to be good, and he just powers the ball up to the hoop, and it goes in.
It's like a train. I mean, that was an extremely solid power move. You can see it right here using his core. He doesn't change his shot.
Powered right through Cole Heller like he wasn't even there.
Here's the best description ever. You know, the Coach Chambers describes Caleb Rich as he's a 4-year starter, but he is our Swiss Army knife. That's a great way to describe him. He does a little bit of everything. He's the heart and soul of our team, and I don't think I could give a higher compliment to a player as a coach.
Swiss Army knife.
Right? He has lots of different areas that he contributes.
It's more like a butter knife. It's pretty silky smooth, if you ask me.
That too. Well, there's probably a butter knife feature on a Swiss Army knife. I'd say that's one of them.
Jordan Martin through the lane, runner off the glass, no good. Schinkel with the rebound, no good, but he'll go to the free throw line and shoot 2.
But again, I like Schinkel underneath the basket. I like the way he's playing today, being physical, going after those rebounds.
16 foul now on East St. Louis.
Nelson has a younger brother on the team, plays on the junior varsity team as well.
The officials are having a conversation. I'm not sure if someone picked up a technical foul, and hopefully we'll get some clarification on what happened.
They are in their triangle conference right now, cone of silence. And I think someone was trying to check in that may not have been in the book.
Still having a conversation. Caleb Rich picks up a technical foul. So it's his first personal. It'll be 2 shots for Nelson Schinkel. Schinkel makes the first.
Nelson, again, he has a younger brother on the team, and I think they've had a lot of good battles, and Nolan is an up-and-coming player as well for this program.
Schinkel makes 1 of 2. Now Steven Samuels will come and shoot the technical. Samuels makes the first of the technicals. Samuels makes the second.
Jordan Martin to inbound for Jefferson City. Again, East St. Louis in their tight man-to-man. Those free throws helped make a dent. Difference is now 9.
Little clip. Runner through the middle, shot no good. Picked up by Danico Rucker. And a steal. Back through the lane. Hanging in the air. Basket is good by Jordan Martin.
Beautiful shot by Martin. But how about that Kendrick Johnson getting that steal, jumping in that passing lane? Great pass to him as he gets over there and finishes. Great awareness. He could have gone straight up and tried to draw the foul, but instead he wanted to also take care of the shot, and he takes it over to that left side away from the defense.
Demarion Brown will come in for Danico Rucker. Some clarification on the technical foul. It was an unsportsmanlike play by Michaela Rich. Free throw is good. Wasn't a language issue or anything. It was just a little unsportsmanlike conduct by the player towards the official.
That is definitely not okay. And that's why we have technical fouls.
The timeout taken by Jeff City after the steal by Trip Mawson.
Good timeout. I mean, you can see the energy on the bench from Jefferson City, and I love that about them. I love the fact that they play hard, and they're competitive, but you could tell that their bench is also engaged and into the action, and their coaching staff, you can tell that they're very engaged. You look at all those different angles, and that's a sign of a great head coach. It's a sign of a great program. I know that Coach Buffington works really hard to make sure and encourage that. His son is a freshman on the team, Rowan Buffington. And I think, he has definitely done some really nice things with this team, and he's really enjoyed it. He says, when he asked about him enjoying coaching this team, he said these guys give everything they have year round. He asks a lot for them. He says our staff is really blessed to work with these young men on a daily basis, on and off the court. He said we have great kids here at Jefferson City, and he enjoys going in every day to work.
4:03 to go in the quarter. Flyers lead is 6. Gonna look at the head coach, Norm Stewart. Been here most of the weekend. Always good to see the coach here. Jordan Martin around the screen. Down low, Martin shot off the glass is good.
They're going to have to adjust their defense a little bit on that weak side and bring some help defense over. They're trying to really spread the floor and isolate Martin, and that is working.
31-27 is your score. Underneath the basket, oh my goodness, how does that go in? Michaela Rich went for the dunk.
Hope we get to see that again, and yes, we
Holy
do.
cow.
He
Can't believe
explodes
it.
up. It's almost like he's under the rim.
Media timeout on the floor, 3:29 to go. East St. Louis will shoot free throws when we come back. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic here on Stadium.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Don't.
33-27 is your score. Caleb Rich will go to the free throw line. You get a look at some of the crowd here. 2.5 games left, Jenny Hopkins. It's been a long couple.
What day is it? Where are we?
It's been
what time is it?
a long couple of weeks for you.
Yes. Who are you? What are we talking about?
I don't even know my own name at this point.
I know, right? It is a marathon, but what a great experience for these athletes and these programs and communities to be able to put 48 hours of basketball together. It's so fun, and it's definitely a wonderful experience for them.
Makes the free throw. It's a 7-point lead now. Turning the corner was Kendrick Johnson, blows the bunny. Oh, you can't do that. You gotta make those.
Beautiful hesitation, getting the defense off balance and attacking the basket. Just gotta finish them.
Underneath shot, no good, and there's gonna be a foul. Steven Samuels picks up the foul. Team foul number 8. Demarion Brown will go to the free throw line.
Brown is a 3-year varsity starter. Coach Chambers describes him as very versatile. He's a versatile big who is the key to success. We have to have him involved in the offense. A versatile big, those two words, honestly, you don't use that often because it means a lot when you can have a post player that is multifaceted and that has range and that has the ability to do things around. And so a versatile big is a great compliment from Coach Chambers.
Second free throw on the way. No good. Schinkel with the rebound. Steal from behind through the middle. Layup is good by Demarion Brown.
Great job there by Danon Rucker getting that steal and that assist.
Lead back to 10 for East St. Louis. And a steal by the big man. And a timeout taken by East St. Louis. You want to talk about how important possessions are?
Yes.
He was on the floor with the ball, and the coach sprung up off the bench, and he was like, timeout.
Right, yes.
Keep possession.
That's right. And you see St. Louis right there was like, we're not messing around anymore. I think they've been challenged in the huddle at that last timeout, like, hey, it is time to step it up. We're messing around.
So East St. Louis up by 10 with 2:40 to go here in the third quarter. We still have 2 more games to go tonight. Cam Thomas will join me later on for the CBC Kickapoo game. And our final game of the weekend, it'll be Tolton and Bartlesville.
It's going to be some good contests there to close out. Brad Hayes, our scheduler for the Norm Stewart Classic, he does such a nice job putting these teams together. And, there's a waiting list to get into this event. And he does a great job of making sure that teams that need to be here are here and does a great job of that as well.
And there's such a good mixture of teams as well. Ball thrown off the leg of Jordan Markin for the jam.
That's a beautiful shot there. But Jeff City, if you have any doubt, they are here. They are not on the wait list. They are definitely right here. Under 100 teams are on that list. But Jefferson City is glad to be here, and so is East St. Louis.
Ball's going to go out of bounds off of Danon Rucker. And East St. Louis having a hard time here in this first half covering Jordan Martin. Now they're bringing some pressure from the backside when Martin has the basketball. Mawson into the corner, baseline drive underneath, and a foul underneath.
How about that pass by Kendrick Johnson? I think he did such a nice job of driving the baseline. Look at that little scoop pass right to him. Put it right in his gut. Says, do something with this.
Caleb Rich picks up the foul, his second. He got ball, but he also got him with the body, too. Nelson Schinkel at the free throw line misses one. He's 1 of 3 here this afternoon. Danico Rucker will come in for Caleb Rich. 15 in the first half for Rich.
Not bad.
One of 2 for Schinkel.
Closing that gap to 7 points. Here with just a minute 36 to play.
Rucker.
Jefferson City getting a lot of energy from their bench as well. That's a nice play. What are you going to do with that?
Demarion Brown lays it in. It's going to be a lean-in foul on Danico Rucker. Danico Rucker picks up his third. It'll send Jordan Martin to the free throw line. Martin misses the first. East St. Louis over the limit. 2 free throws here. Cole Heller will come back in with 2 fouls. Davis Bynum back in.
Cole Heller that just checked in. He's got a brother on the team as well, Drew. Both very excited to be playing for Jefferson City. Have a lot of pride in this program.
Strong first half for Jordan Martin. He has 15 and a half. Antoine Robinson. Robinson for 3 from the left side is good. His second 3 of the half.
Good placement and good choice to take it from. Trey Lawson looks for it.
3 near side is in the air. It's good by Rowan Buffington.
That is a coach's kid right there. Great follow through and great technique.
It's going to be an offensive foul. McKinley Falconer picks up the foul.
Look here, it's Kendrick Johnson. He gets in position, gets set, sells the ticket, picks up that charge. It's a nice job there by Johnson.
Buffington between the legs.
Trying to spread the floor. 8 seconds left.
Has his pocket picked by Danon Rucker. Rucker's going to go to the hoop. Foul's going to take place on the floor. Dangerous spot there to pick up a foul. Heller picks up the foul. It's going to be his third. Very, very close to being called an intentional foul.
Right. Yeah, they didn't want him to have that layup, that's for sure. And Danon Rucker on the line. Coach Chambers, he says he is a defensive pest. I love that description. He also is our floor general. He runs the show. Floor general, that's the coach out on the floor. So he's got a high basketball IQ.
So Rucker misses the free throw. The ball goes out of bounds. It'll stay East St. Louis basketball. 3.4 left. Jumper from the baseline, no good. Ball loose. Time expires on the first half. Jefferson City takes a 42-34 lead into the half. We'll send it over to Sarah Daly with head coach Mark Chambers.
All right, guys. Well, Coach, offensively, you've got quite a few people off the bench contributing. You've got 4 or 5 players, double digits, but then we've got high fouls heading into the half. What's going to be your message for these guys to pick it up?
Well, we're just going to have to settle in on the defensive end. We're reaching a little bit too much. Other than that, we're just going to keep attacking them offensively, and we'll be fine.
All right. Well, good luck next half. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll head to halftime. East St. Louis with a 42-34 lead. We'll be back. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic here on Stadium.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
East St. Louis leads at the half over Jeff City 42-34. The Jeff City Jays cheerleaders on the floor performing at halftime here. And really, both teams in that first half, Jenny, went through some spells where defensively they fell asleep.
They did. I mean, we knew it was going to be a little bit coast to coast. 42-34 is a pretty high score at halftime, and so they've been able to get some points on the board. I think the adjustments need to be made of more consistency. It seems like a run here, a run there. There's got to be some more consistency, and they've got to make sure that they're adjusting. And Jefferson City has got to shut down the paint. They cannot let them into the paint as often as they are. They're letting them underneath the rim as well, and there's been some great offensive rebound putbacks. There's been some great cuts and buckets. So you got to be careful there.
I mean, if you look at the rebounds and the stat sheet, it's 14-11 East St. Louis, and you would think that it was much higher than what it really is. Jeff City's really hung around on the glass.
They have. They've done a good job of not letting them have second and third chances. Of course, East St. Louis has also done a really nice job of being assertive in getting to that. So they've been to the free throw line. Both teams have done a nice job getting to the free throw line. But I tell you, you got to make sure an athletic team with such size, you've got to keep them from out of the paint.
Yeah, in that first half, both teams had opportunities to go to the free throw line, and both teams under 70% from foul shooting in that first half. And you would hope, for as well as these teams shoot the basketball, they get better as the game goes along. But then again, you're not used to playing in this facility. End zones are a little different. Your sight lines are not the same.
Right. You talked about it, earlier about depth perception and getting used to it. They're used to having a wall behind their basket. And that makes a big difference. It does. I mean, in those glass backboards, it is a different stage. It's a different environment, and that does make a difference. But you got to get used to that as well.
Is there anything other than glass backboards that I don't know about? I mean, I know when you were coaching, they didn't have wood backboards back then. Or
Outdoor courts, they have some solid ones. I guess I just dated myself there, didn't I?
I had to do it. I just couldn't let it slide. It's been a great weekend of basketball here, and we talked about how good the matchups have been, and it's not just this weekend, coaches versus cancer. It's now become such a thing that it's taken place after Christmas in St. Louis. Last weekend, you had 48 hours of basketball down in Springfield. And it's kind of grown, and this is it's like a tree. It's taken on arms. And how special is this weekend, and how special has it become over the last few years? It is something that, we're very proud of, the Missouri Basketball Coaches Association. Our mission is to promote the game of basketball in the state of Missouri. And when Norm Stewart Classic began, and we had just a standard format for an event, but then when we went to the 48 hours, it really exploded with popularity. And with so many teams on the waiting list, you heard Sarah's interview earlier with Coach Stewart, there's over 100 teams on the waiting list, and so there needed to be some branches. So we first branched off with the Sophie Cunningham Classic and then the 48 hours in Springfield, both of those very successful branches, and I think that you're going to see this concept continue to grow through the Norm Stewart Classic. I know the St. Louis Coaches versus Cancer right after Christmas is stacked. Yes. Hickman will be there. DeSmet, the number 1 seed out of St. Louis. A lot of teams want to play in St. Louis. Now that it's moved over to Maryville University, and it's really a great month for basketball as a whole. But you talk about how the Coaches Association want to promote basketball, but really, how much promotion do you have to do when basketball is as good as it is in the Missouri area? Well, it helps. It helps. And some of that is recognizing that popularity. Some of that is recognize that. So there's lots of different ways that the Missouri Basketball Coaches Association promotes the game of basketball, and we can talk about that sometime soon. Jenny and I will be back second half action. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic here on Stadium.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just
halftime, East St. Louis leads 42-34. Jenny, if you look at these two teams, pretty equally played half, and just a couple of different buckets drop here or there, and we have a different ball game. This is true. And Jefferson City has a lot of energy, a lot of electricity. You see there, Trip Boston setting it off with that three-pointer. Another three-pointer by Trip Boston in the corner. And a great job there by Jefferson City setting that tone that first quarter. And then this guy, he did such an amazing job. Jordan Martin really set the tone for Jefferson City here in that first half. You see Rich making a shot there underneath the basket. They did a wonderful job of getting down there, and a beautiful pass by Rucker to Rich. East St. Louis, it's not hard to find highlight reels from the first half. And look at that one from Jordan Martin from Jefferson City. What a nice job he has done to keep them in this game. Get a look at the numbers. 16 of 24, 66%. Jefferson City shooting the ball 50%. I mean, both teams are shooting it well. 10 turnovers by East St. Louis in that first half. Let's send it over to Sarah Daly, who has Jefferson City head coach Josh Buffington.
All right, thank you, John. So 50% out there from the first half, and then how are you going to keep these guys out of the paint? That appears to be some of the issue out there.
Well, I think we need some prayers from above, first and foremost. But our guys are doing everything we've asked of them this week in practice, and we're battling, we're fighting. We're trying to stick to the intangibles and keep things simple, but we have to give something up. So if they hit threes, you tip your hat, but we're going to do everything we can and give as much fight in this game to stay in it.
What was the message in there to the guys?
Just keep grinding. I think on the stat sheet, it really played in our favor, the pace and some of those things. We missed a couple bunnies, gave up a 3 at the end of first quarter. Those are big plays. So we got to stay away from as many of their big plays as possible and just stick to the game plan.
All right, thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Thanks.
They played the replay.
Thank you, Sarah. And Jenny, hopefully we'll have a mollywhopper of a second half between these two. And as the coach said, a couple of bunnies and a couple of rebounds, and it's a different ball game.
Yes, and that is very true. Each possession by possession is going to be pretty critical in this second half, because sometimes when you're in a game like this, you're at a little bit of a crossroads. Jefferson City bringing it with the energy in the first half, hanging in there, down by 8, very respectable against an athletic team like this, but you never know what can happen. That sometimes it's not necessarily what you're doing wrong, but what you're doing right, and that's what you got to focus on to get the confidence in the second half.
I thought Jefferson City in that first half did a really nice job slowing down transition on East St. Louis. They forced East St. Louis to play probably more sets, because East St. Louis is an up-and-down team.
Yeah, they don't like to run sets.
Yeah, they don't like to run sets.
Their coach probably likes for them to run sets.
Sure, but it's usually transition basketball that gets them all their points. Jeff City really did a nice job slowing them down in that aspect.
And that's got to be key. That's got to be key. So, in that transition, you've got to have some key moments. You've got to stick to the defensive rebounder. You've got to guard that outlet pass. You've got to be getting people back into the paint, guarding that bucket. And so it is a very it is purposeful defense when you're trying to slow a transition team like this down.
East St. Louis will inbound in front of our area here on the floor at Norm Stewart Court. Caleb Rich, runner through the lane, contact, no good, shot, and a rebound by Nelson Schinkel. The ball will go out of bounds. East St. Louis will pressure up court. Now they have 3 players trapped in the backcourt. Kendrick Johnson.
I like the communication, too, on defense. I've heard several of their players are talking, especially when someone tries to penetrate to the lane. They're doing a nice job of communicating that.
Samuels around the screen, gives it to Schinkel. Cutting to the basket is Martin. Martin, turnaround jumper, no good. Schinkel to the glass, lays it home.
I'm telling you, he's been big this game. He is focused. He's engaged. He's done some really nice things this game to help them. It's little things here and there, but it's made a difference for Jefferson City.
3 from the left corner is good by Antoine Robinson. He is a 3-point making machine. He had 2 in the first half. Make that number 3 here. 3 from the left corner by Trip Mawson, no good. Jeff City gets to a rebound.
Another offensive board. Another offensive board. That's going to be critical. They've scored 4 points just in the last 2 possessions off offensive rebounds.
Teams exchanging baskets. 45-38. Deep 3, no good. Rebound underneath. Shot, no good. Rebounded down by the Jays. Martin through the center of the court. Takes it to the basket. Hangs in the air. Shot, no good. Fighting for the rebound. Getting to it. Here's Damarian Brown. Layup is going to be good by Danico Rucker, and he gets fouled.
Danico Rucker on the line. I asked Coach Chambers, he had lots of compliments for his brother. I asked him about Danico. He says he is a great rebounder and he's a great 3-point threat. he's really developed and grown. He's a good leader for the team, and that is high compliments from his coach.
Free throw by Rucker, no good. He's got 4. Lead is 9. Kendrick Johnson. Now Schinkel. Back cut, Mawson, layup good.
Great read by Mawson. To be able, as soon as he got his back turned to him, that's when he exploded back. And that's what you want to do. You want to read your defense's back. That way you know what direction to cut and when to cut.
Schinkel with the steal. Ball's going to get kicked out of bounds. It'll be Jeff City basketball. Mawson spots for 3, no good. Ball loose. Ball still in the air. And there's going to be a foul. Steven Samuels. His second, team second. It's been like a good chess match here.
I love how, yes, I like that analogy because there has been some very strategical possessions that they have had, each team.
Foul's going to be on the floor. It's going to be on Nelson Schinkel. His third. So the bigs for Jeff City, both with 3 fouls. Cole Heller's played limited minutes. He's got 3 fouls. Heller played 9 minutes in that first half. Rucker. Bad pass into the interior for Demarion Brown. Morton. Hang up, layup, good. Oh my goodness.
That was sweet. You've got to have the right spin when you shoot a shot from that angle and to be able to spin it and hit it perfectly into the square so it bounces in the net.
Off a wood backboard, it'd be a little bit different.
Oh, we've turned it into comedian hour.
Oh, you know.
Yes. With the peach basket, you know, they were always solid backboards.
Ball loose underneath. Rich, layup is good.
Mawson doing a nice job, swings it over to Martin. And they're going to spread the floor out a little bit, which is wise, and get into a set here because they need the spacing. When you play this tight, you want the spacing so that if you get an inch, you can go. If someone picks you up in the help defense, that's your dump pass area.
I like how the officials have been letting them play. A little bit of hand checking going on both sides. The officials are letting them play. This is big boy basketball here on a Saturday. Underneath, Rich turns around, faces the basket, lays it home.
It's one of my favorite isolation plays right there. Okay, the dribbled out, the opposite post comes up to the top of the key, you give it to them, and then the other post drops down, spins, and there is an isolation play, and that was a wonderful execution of that.
Media timeout on the floor. 3:38 to go. Lead for East St. Louis is now 5. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. Yes! Wait, where is Shiver Bear? Woo!
American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
3:38 to go here in the third quarter. East St. Louis leads 49-44, and the Jays have come out impressively here in this third quarter.
They have. You can see that they've made some adjustments, and really you can make all the adjustments you want as a coach. You've really got to have the players that buy in and that execute, and that's what they're trying to do. You can see that Jefferson City is very coachable, and they're trying to execute that game plan.
Antoine Robinson to inbound. McKinley Falconer on the floor. That's going to be a 5-second violation.
That's a big rush. I love 5-second violations. I mean, it gives such a shot in the arm to your team. You could see everybody up on the bench for Jefferson City was thrilled at that. That's a great effort by Kendrick Johnson.
Terrell Scott comes in for Danico Rucker. Loose ball on the floor. Ball still loose. East St. Louis gets to it. Near steal. Ball still on the floor, taken away, and there's going to be a foul.
And Kendrick Johnson staying with it. He's like, I'm the one that lost in the first place. I've got to go get it. And he did just that and drew the foul.
Foul's going to be on Michaela Britch.
Great hustle, though, by both teams.
It's going to be his third. Ball inbounded to Cole Heller. Jumper from the elbow off the iron, no good. Ball tipped out to the foul line. Shot off the glass is good by Steven Samuels, who hung up in the air with the greatest.
He did a really nice job of keeping that ball away from the defense. That was an awkward shot, being able to pull it so far away from your body. But he did that to keep it away from the defense. That was definitely a heady play. He's getting some small college basketball interest as well.
Cole Heller walking off gingerly. Going to bring in Nelson Schinkel, who has 3 fouls, and they're going to need some size if Heller can't go. You got to try to protect Schinkel underneath. Jab step, pulled it up, foul line underneath. Ball's going to go out of bounds. It'll be Jays basketball.
I like this box set. There's some good options. They don't hit the first one, they can go to the second or the third one.
You could tell that Jefferson City's really thrown a wrench into this East St. Louis team here today.
It's a great way to play.
They don't really have, I mean, it's really discombobulated everything for them. Jeff City's really gone into their man sets, making them work on a defensive end, and there's going to be a foul underneath the basket. It's going to be on McKinley Falconer. That's going to be his third.
Samuels does a nice job there, picking and choosing his time. You can see right there, he's going to get some hang time. He tries to take care of the shot and finish it. A little too off balance, but it was a nice decision to take it at that time. He had him off balance, and that's when you attack.
Josh Buffington talked about how he has East St. Louis where he feels that he wants them here. The free throw is good by Steven Samuels. Samuels makes both free throws. Sarah Daly went and checked over behind the bench on Cole Heller. Sat with the trainer for a minute. I just looked up. He gave the coach the thumbs up. He's ready to go.
He's tough, that's for sure. There's no question there.
Like my mother's meatloaf. 3 is good.
Like my mother's shot.
Antoine Robinson with his 4th of the game. It's a 4-point lead for East St. Louis.
East St. Louis, I mean, they're doing still a really good job of defense and making them earn their shots.
Hinkle for 3, no good. Smallest guy out on the court, getting to a loose ball, fighting for it. going to be a jump ball possession arrow favor Jefferson City. You get a look at the action.
Look at the hustle. I mean, just, without hesitation, boom, get on the floor. Get a hand on that ball.
Steven
Those are
Samuels,
two well-coached teams right there.
Samuels listed at 5'11", and he was up there with the trees. The 6'7s and the 6'8s on the floor. Samuel stepped back for a three, rolls around the rim, no good, ball loose. Picked up by Rich. Near travel on the play by Robinson. Terrell Scott will bring it back out for East St. Louis. 75 seconds to go in the quarter. 4-point lead for the Flyers. They've led throughout. Danon Rucker. Rich steps back for a three. It's going to go out of bounds. It goes over the top of the backboard and out of play. It'll be Jeff City basketball.
4-point game, Jefferson City ball. They've got under a minute to go. They've made a statement in this third quarter. They've done such a nice job of coming out. Whatever adjustments Coach Buffington made at halftime, you can see them executing it. They've done such a nice job in this third quarter.
The word that I was looking for East St. Louis basketball here in this quarter, uninspired. And there's going to be a foul on the play. It'll be just the third foul in the half on East St. Louis.
Get a little credit there to Kendrick Johnson. I like the sportsmanship of offering to help him up.
Davis Bynum will come back in. Schinkel looked to force a pass inside and got smacked out of bounds.
This is 30 seconds to go. They either have to get it in and then set up for a last shot.
Just play for one here.
Or they have got to run a disciplined out of bounds play and try to get a good shot off of it.
Schinkel nearly jumped too soon on that inbounds pass.
Nice take by Johnson.
This will be a nice take by Kendrick Johnson down the lane. Gets grabbed on the arm. Davis Bynum picks up the foul. It's going to be his third. Team fourth.
An opportunity here to close it to a 2-point ball game. Can't ask for a better third quarter opportunity here for Coach Buffington.
Johnson misses the first. He's got 2 points this afternoon. One of two for Kendrick Johnson.
Little 2-2-1 press to slow them down, spread out the floor.
And a steal. Layup is good by Steven Samuels.
Big.
1-point game now. There's going to be a foul underneath on Jordan Martin, his first.
Look at this right here. Look at this hustle play. Such a nice job by Samuels.
Terrell Scott will shoot 2. He's got 5 on the afternoon. Makes the first. One of 2 on the free throws. Gets a shot put back at the buzzer, no good. In East St. Louis, who's led throughout, led by as many as double digits. Lead cut to 2. Have a good fourth quarter coming up. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way. and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. Yes! Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
53-51 is your score as you get a look at the Jefferson City Jays cheerleading squad here on site. Great day for some high school basketball here in Missouri. John Edwards, Jenny Hopkins, Sarah Daly all here this weekend. East St. Louis to inbound to start the fourth quarter. And they hold on to this slight lead. Largest lead of the game was 12. That was at the 4:57 mark of the second quarter.
We also got to look at this third quarter. It was 17-11. Jefferson City outscores them 17-11. That's a big deal.
Near side, Robinson steps through the lane. Rucker back over to Robinson. Bad pass, ball loose, still in the air. It's going to get picked up by Jeff City. Through the lane, shot no good. No foul call. Back the other way we go, East St. Louis. Rucker, layup, good.
It was a great trap down there that caused that turnover. And a great job there by Rucker finishing on that shot.
Jeff City was looking for the foul, and there's going to be a hand check near midcourt. That's the Nico Rucker. It's the Nico Rucker's fourth. And quickly, McKinley Falconer will come in. He's got 3 fouls. Schenkel.
There's that isolation play again.
Turn around, jumper, no good. Nobody there to rebound. It's Antoine Robinson. Robinson backs the defender in, finds Rich through the middle. Layup is good.
That's a great assist and a very good pass, being able to find that cutter through the lane and that traffic.
Be a timeout.
Good call there. You know, you take the lead is now 6 points, and you take that, and that's a good call by Coach Buffington. Kind of take a breath before it goes into any further.
Still 2 more games to go here tonight, Jenny. Coming up at 6 o'clock, it'll be CBC in Kickapoo. And then at 8 o'clock, it'll be Tolton taking on Bartlesville out of Oklahoma to finish up the weekend. And we've had some really good basketball games yesterday. Ladies played most of the day, and good matchups throughout the day during that set of games. And then we had games all day today.
Yeah, it's, you know, a big shout out to the table crews and the ticket workers and everybody that puts this together, and the production crew. I mean, this is a long 48 hours.
It is. And
but a fun 48 hours.
A fun 48 it is, for sure. I wasn't here. I was fast asleep, but what I've been told, the midnight game last night, the Cardinal Ritter game, was the best game so far as they took on New Madrid Central last night.
There's been some great contests, and there's been a lot of talent on this floor, and it's been a lot of fun.
People are telling me, I was tired and I was asleep. I
think you earned that.
I eventually hit a wall.
There's another little bit of the isolation play here as he gives him a little bit of space. Nice help defense.
Schinkel loses the ball. Through the lane. Robinson layup. Good, and a foul.
That always feels so good. What a rush. I mean, to be able to explode down the lane line in traffic and get the ball to fall, plus hear that whistle, that's a rush.
Chip Mawson picks up the foul. It's going to be his third. This will be Antoine Robinson's first trip to the free throw line. And what was a 2-point lead is now ballooned up to 8. We played 80 seconds here of the fourth quarter. 60-51 is your score. A 7-0 start for East St. Louis. Heller. 3 on the way, no good. Ball loose. Team's fighting for it underneath, and there's going to be a foul.
How about that Johnson to Samuels pass? He is off balance, and he finds his teammates there, puts him in a position right there to get that shot off.
Going to the free throw line is Steven Samuels. McKinley Falconer picks up the foul. His free throw no good. Did I miss something there? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 shots? He didn't make the basket, did he? And they're not at 1-1 yet. I must have missed something. Layup no good, follow up no good, and there's going to be a foul underneath.
Martin does a really nice job of reading that and following and being there for his teammate for that offensive rebound.
The officials are going to talk. One of the assistant coaches picked up on what I did.
I think you're right.
Because they called for a 1-and-1. They only have 16 fouls.
Well, and he was in the act of shooting. It should have been a 2-shot.
It should have been a 2-shot foul.
And I think that's what they're trying to do. But
so what do they do?
It's already been in play, so they can't go back.
No baskets were scored. So, I mean, technically you could go back at that point since there were no baskets at the other end. But I don't know how you go back in time.
Well, the meeting of the minds is occurring, and we will find out the outcome here soon. It looks like they may be going back in time because he pointed to the shooter and said he's coming back out on the line.
Then that means the last foul doesn't count. Wasn't there another foul down here? Man, I'm so confused.
Yeah, once you get that rolling, we'll get some clarity on this.
So
but we do.
Shot down here. We only shot one.
But we do appreciate the diligence of the officials to try to make it right. That is something that is always appreciated. Is when you have an officials crew that wants to make sure that they get the call right. And so we're getting the scoop right now, and we'll let the viewers know here in just a quick moment. But they're gonna let him shoot that second free throw that he missed.
So I'm glad that they were able to get that straightened out.
Yes, if you'd like to share with the viewers what.
So it's a point of interruption. It should have been 2 free throws taken by Steven Samuels. He shoots 1 because he only shot 1 before, and then with the foul now, Jordan Martin will go to the free throw line and he'll shoot 2. East St. Louis now at 7 fouls. So it'll be a 1-and-1. Got that corrected. I honestly, I know I've been here a long time for over the last couple of days, but I was like, did I lose my mind? I thought he was shooting 2.
You were on it. You were on it. 8-point ball game. Jefferson City needs these shots when the clock is stopped to fall.
But I'm glad the officials got together and talked it out and figured it out. People don't understand how hard of a job officials have, especially with the pace of game now. You got all these people who chirp you from the crowd. Jumper no good, loose ball, rebounded by Rucker, and there's going to be a foul underneath. Steven Samuels picks up the foul, his 3rd.
I like Danon Rucker. I like the way he plays. He's got a high motor. He does really well. Always hustling. I like the way he plays, and he's definitely got a nice free throw. He's got a good follow through. Free throws are all about mechanics, physics, routine.
Rucker makes both, and the lead is now 9. Oof. It's going to be a foul.
And he held his hand straight up. It wasn't, I'm not sure that was, I think that was more of a body foul. And sometimes when you swat and then you bring your hand straight up, they're looking at the swat.
Danon Rucker gets the foul, his 3rd. Free throw is good by Rowan Buffington.
Coach's kid, he definitely is a gym rat. You can see that he has pretty impeccable mechanics.
Having a hard time getting some shots off today. Through the lane, ball goes out of bounds.
Good job by Buffington. Great anticipation there as he exploded in the passing lane, because that was about to be a beautiful assist, and he interrupted that. So nice anticipation skills on his part.
East St. Louis, the inbound baseline. There's going to be a reach-in foul on Jeff City. Kendrick Johnson picks up the foul. His 3rd. Team foul number 7. Antoine Robinson will go to the free throw line. Robinson with 15. Makes the first. Full free throw is good by Robinson.
450 is a long time. Jefferson City has made some runs that they still have an opportunity here to make some runs.
3 on the way, no good off the iron. Ball loose to the floor. Underneath. And there's going to be a foul on Demarion Brown. That'll send Rowan Buffington back to the free throw line.
That is a good one to put on the free throw line. He shoots well from the free throw line, and great job underneath the basket, going up strong.
Buffington at 6'2", Demarion Brown at 6'8", giving up a little size. Points without the clock moving are very important.
Huge, absolutely huge.
Buffington perfect from the free throw line. He's got 7. Trip Mawson back in.
Nice 2-2-1 press here. Give them some pressure. Be able to rotate. Off ball, it's got to be rotating when the ball is in motion.
Before the shot, there's going to be they call a travel.
Double dribble. He picked it up. That was a good call.
I don't know if really Demarion Brown really needed to put the ball to the floor there. He took the pass. He could have just put it right back up for the layup.
Right back up.
Lead is 7. Mawson into a double team.
Nice job there by Samuels of going to the ball, not waiting for the pass, but going to the pass and meeting it. Those little details are very important.
Samuel back near side Mawson. Under 4 minutes to go. Take to the basket. Blocked by Michaela Britch.
Good call there by Faulkner. Bring it back out.
Rucker. Now they're going to spread you out. Rich at the three-point line. Underneath, layup is good. Antoine Robinson with the easy bucket. That's probably the easiest bucket he's made all night.
Yeah, he made that look very easy. Martin looks to challenge.
Lead back to 9. Layup no good by Jordan Martin. He should have just went straight to the basket. He had the defender beat. Demarion Brown with the jam. And the lead is back to 11. Back the other way. Layup is going to be good by Jordan Martin. And a timeout taken on the floor. 2:48 to go in this one. East St. Louis leads. Jeff City keeps hanging around. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium Network.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy.
To infinity and beyond!
Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Sponsored by your local law enforcement.
Yes!
Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. So grab your family and friends and boogie on down to a plunge near you. It's time to get freezing for a reason. Wait, where is Shiver Bear? To find out how you can get involved, visit somo.org/plunge.
.248 to go here in the fourth quarter. East St. Louis led by 2 going into the fourth quarter, but they've gotten out to a hot start here in the fourth quarter, Jenny.
They have, and I do feel like they are a talented enough team. They have enough weapons that sometimes when they let you crawl back in it, they make a statement by going, you thought you were close, but no, you're not. And Coach Chambers, I think that the issue that he may have with that kind of play, and the issue I have with that kind of play, is that you should always be on point. You should always be trying to play at a higher level. You should always, have the mindset to not be satisfied and to never just play good enough. You want to play up to your potential, and I think that's something that that they can take from this game as well. And Jefferson City can take that, hey, you can play. You can play with some really talented teams.
Michaela Britch with the jam off the pass from Demarion Brown. Lead is 11. Showtime coming here. Windmill jam by Michaela Britch.
He made that look easy. Doesn't even seem to be sweating when he does that.
Jordan Martin between the legs, dribble around the screen, floats to the basket, finger roll layup, no good. Rebounded down by Antoine Robinson. Under 2 minutes to go here in the fourth. East St. Louis content with just holding the ball out.
And that's good discipline. They don't have to shoot. They're in control. They're playing with the lead. No shot clock, so take advantage of that. Great hustle.
Underneath, another jam by Demarion Brown, and a bad pass to start things off. A hustle play costs you a bucket.
And hopefully by the next game that goal will stop shaking from those 3 men downs.
Kendrick Johnson lays one in. Coming up with 60 seconds to go, and East St. Louis is taking over this one over the last 4 minutes. Trip Mawson will pick up the foul, his fourth. McKinley Faulkner will go to the free throw line. Team foul number 8. Rowan Buffington will come back in for the Jays. His nose bandaged up. Free throw no good. It was a 1-and-1.
Great defense there by Faulkner. Buffington handles it, but that was a great defensive stop.
Mawson cuts it on
I think
from the baseline, and bad pass behind him from Jordan Martin.
I think Coach Buffington can really take a whole lot from this game. He can take a whole lot from his team to build upon. I think there's definitely some respect there that they had some great moments in this game. Now, there's definitely moments that they can improve on, but East St. Louis is full of weapons, and respect to Jefferson City, and played well, and I think he can definitely build on this and make them better. I know Coach Chambers is proud that they finished this game well, and East St. Louis took care of business.
East St. Louis will pick up the victory here, 74-61. 21 points in the fourth quarter, Jenny, for this East St. Louis team.
Gary was an assistant coach on Norm Stewart staff at the University of Missouri, and he also started the Missouri Basketball Coaches Association, the Norm Stewart Classic, and the ever popular Show-Me State Games. We are proud to present the Gary Gilbert MVP Game Award from East St. Louis, number 0, Michaela Rich.
Michaela Rich is your Gary Filbert Player of the Game for East St. Louis.
Congratulations, Michaela, and good luck this season. Have a great year.
21 points for Michaela Rich today. He was 9 of 11 from the floor. 5 rebounds. Couple of assists, 5 rebounds. Player could do anything, and he'll be headed to K-State. We'll send it over to Sarah Daly.
All right, thanks, John. Well, you guys looked like you had fun out there the last 4 minutes. Starting to have, some team camaraderie. A few bumps early on, but how'd you guys feel?
We felt good going into halftime. Coach told us just come out second half, just play hard, execute, play good as a team, and just do what we got to do to get the win.
I know you're focused on the season right now, but how excited are you about going to K-State?
I'm real excited. I can't wait to get there next year with the guys, have a lot of fun. Coach Tane, whole coaching staff, they good to me. They treat me like family. So I can't wait to get on campus next year.
Well, congratulations and best of luck. Enjoy the rest of your season.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, guys, back to you.
East St. Louis picks up the win here this afternoon. Final score 74-61. Step aside, take a timeout. We'll come back we'll have the head coach from East St. Louis. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic.
Paid on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together.
East St. Louis picks up the win here this afternoon, joined by Mark Chambers, the head coach. And Coach, we had asked you off camera, did you sweat a little? What'd you tell us? Talk about the game here today and the fight that Jeff City did give you here today.
Yeah, Jeff City did a great job. I think they came in with a great game plan for us. They mixed up defenses on us. They attacked us with number 23, and they were ready for us. So my guys, we withstood it, and I thought we played smart and we played tough, and we were able to come out with the win.
I think you made some nice adjustments along the way, and you were trying to counter as well. You had a good game plan coming in. As a coach, I want to talk a little bit about the mentality, because I think sometimes when Jefferson City would make their run, then you would make a big run, and then they'd make a run, then you make a big run. You don't want them to play just good enough to win, right? You don't want that mentality. So what can you take from this game for their mentality to say we always got to be at our best?
Well, see, the thing is, we know that coming in that basketball is a game of runs. So we know that they're going to have their runs, we're going to have ours, but we have the bend but not break mentality. They're going to score some buckets. They're going to do some things against us. But as long as we adjust and as long as we continue to play smart and execute and then play together, I think in most cases we'll be fine.
Caleb Rich, your team leading scorer, to Gary Filber, player of the game, and talk about his game and how it's evolved for you over the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, Caleb came in as a freshman. He was a back to the basket guy. And he has worked really hard to get to this level. He's handling the ball at the top, at the point, and he's such a hard guard. He's got a big body. He can shoot it from outside. He can attack the basket, and of course, monstrous dunks. So, the kid is amazing, and I'm just thankful that I'm able to coach him.
Would you consider him a five-tool basketball player, because he can get to the glass and he can definitely get you some assists along the way too. Sees the court really well.
I would consider that. That's what a lot of the college coaches, as they were recruiting him, that's what they were saying about him. That's one of the things that we wanted to do in our program, because we see this in the gym every day, right, in practice. So we wanted to put him in a position to where he can showcase his tools, and that's really what he's done, and it's worked out for him.
I think you refer to him as the Swiss Army knife of your team.
Yes, absolutely. He can do a little bit of everything.
But I really enjoy the fact that there's a lot of selfless play. They share the ball very well. They're not worried about padding their numbers or getting this or getting that. They want to share the ball, and I think that goes right to your leadership and how you're coaching this team.
Yeah, well, our whole thing is we're going to win by being a good team, not individuals. So everything that we do in practice, we do as a team. And we got a great group of guys. It's easy to coach them because they're bought into our big picture. And they're excited about the team. Our community is excited about our team. And we're just looking forward to some big things going forward.
That's great.
Coach, finally, before we let you go, what's it mean for you and your team to come here and play in the Norm Stewart Classic, Coach versus Cancer?
This is absolutely amazing. Every time Brad calls me about it, I'm like, yes, we're here, and I'm just thankful to be a part of it. I'm glad to be a part of it. It's an honor, and my guys, they've enjoyed themselves, and anytime they call, we'll be here.
Coach, we really appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the season.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Mark Chambers, the head coach of East St. Louis, joins us here, and we'll step aside and take a timeout. You're watching the Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
school wasn't good. They kicked the shit out of them. And then they played SoCal. They still won. But they did not win.
It might have been CDC actually that they had
I worked there. I don't think it's CDC.
He's got a pretty good team usually. I don't know if they can recruit. It's really hard. They can't be
Best games. The Chaminade kicking game was good. That last one was good. It just the Hitman Chaminade game was better because it kept moving.
The Cardinal Ritter game with New Madrid last night was pretty good. But that was also like 1 2 a.m. I think it was the midnight game. But
these kids just not sleep.
I don't know, man. The fact that they have kids playing at 4 a.m. start time is wild to me. I'm like, that's rough. I get that it's a thing, but it's an experience. They had the cheerleaders out here at 4 a.m. too. And I was like, Jesus Christ. They were pretty bad. I was trying so hard to get them on air. It was amazing. Like they were over there. I'm shooting from across the court on my knee. I'm like, come on, take my shot. Take my damn shot. They're just doing this. And nothing. They're like random dancers from like one girl. And I'm just like, alright, there's one girl. She cares a little bit about dancing, at least. Take my shot. Take my shot. Please. Help me. Help me help you, help me. Make my life a little less monotonous. Excited for the week. Excited to get through it. More than anything. Tight camera tomorrow, I think. I'm excited. I like running tight camera more for women's, I think.
I haven't got the right one. I told Jordan, I'm like, you understand, like, if I run this bug, you're going to want to be able to bug out and run it like this. He goes,
I'm excited for you to run the bug too, Walter. It's nice when you're more Bob. I can tell my stories. I like producing from my...
I should get the camera. Give me the camera.
Half the time I have it. You, honestly, if you just key me, dude, yeah, for real.
Not key, I just look at the board and pop on here.
But yeah, if you can hop on the cam line and do it, I'll listen.
Not doing it. Maybe
during a digital show.
If I'm running a bug during a digital show.
I mean, if you're producing during a digital show, I don't care. I hear about a fifth of what you say anyway because you are loud. I miss context. That's why I like to watch the multivariate back. Try to learn how to get better at the whole direction of producing things.
I think it might be easier for you because you are a hip-hop artist. So that might be producing it for understanding brand picture replay, definitely your trouble. Not saying, I think to pick up replay, I think that's the hardest one.
I think so. I live in return enough where I've seen it all 1,000 times. It's just everything else.
Let's say, because I've been the controller, well, I've done every job in the controller. I've seen it all done, but it's still hard to put it all together.
I know, buddy. Like real time, shit gets very fast. I had more fun directing wrestling than the video board too. Well, no, I like basketball a lot too. I just don't like marketing. I think that's the real. Their spreadsheet's horrible. Next time, I'm just gonna write it all down. That way I can know where we're at. Brutal.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know when I'm gonna go home.
Yeah. For me, I think I'm gonna go home for a month in May. See if I can get some work with the Royals during the camera. Help my parents fix their house. It'd be a good month. pretend to be good at running kick. We're going to pretend to be good at running kick. Give my best Paul Stokes impersonation.
Mizzou Arena is the place, and you're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic here on Stadium Network. John Edwards, Cam Thomas, Sarah Daly will join us, and this will be a good one here, Cam, between two powerful teams, one from Springfield, one from St. Louis.
Yeah, you know, Kickapoo coming off a big-time win against Blue Valley Northwest, and it was a close game, 1-point victory that the Chiefs got on the road. So it's going to be a big test against the CBC team that had a power clash last night against Chaminade. We saw Chaminade earlier in the noon game here at the Norm Stewart Classic, so you should expect the fireworks to come out in this night game.
CBC lost their big player in the middle, John Boley, transferred out, so really it's a transformation in the offense for the CBC team.
Yeah, they're really going to look to their guard play tonight to really show some prominence in the front court. And you're really going to look at Anthony Goss as one of the guys that's going to have to lead this charge offensively, but Justin Tatum has been at the helm of this team for so long that he understands how to lead.
For Kickapoo, they're going to have to take advantage of that guard play from CBC and try to get the ball down in the low block.
Yeah, they're going to have to use their inside presence to their advantage tonight. They are going to try to use some transition and some speed to get up and down the court, but when they get in the half-court sets, you're going to see them work on the blocks a lot.
CBC is a team that likes to go 94 offensive feet. They go offensively and defensively 94 feet all the way through. Kickapoo was a last-minute addition for Memphis East out of Tennessee.
Can't hear John.
I wasn't saying anything. Where did he go? Kickapoo being the brown with their gold. Drew Atkins, Trey Otting, Jackson Shorter, Harrison Donning, and Braden Shorter, your starting five for the Chiefs. And head coach Mitch McHenry. For CBC, it'll be Anthony Goss, Nasir Binion, the team leading scorer, 13.8. And he gets you 6 boards a game. Bobby Alford, Teron Garrett, and Matthew Mikowski for head coach Justin Tatum. Both of these teams familiar with playing here. These are teams that'll go into March playing some big boy basketball and heading towards the postseason. CBC will be in their home whites. They'll go left to right in the first quarter.
You know, sometimes when you go on the road, you think of it as a business trip, but sometimes you got to get the kids ready to play in an environment like this. And I just wonder, you know, what the adjustment may be like here early playing in this gym that it's got a little bit of depth perception and may be tough to shoot.
That's something we mentioned the whole entire weekend, Cam. You bring up a good point. CBC content with running some offense, set pieces. Here he'll start the first quarter. Garrett, Three from the right side off the iron, too strong. Rebounded down by Braden Shorter. Trey Otting. Now Drew Atkins. Three from the right corner, pinballs around the iron, no good. Rebounded down by Anthony Gauze. Three from the right side is going to be off the iron, no good. Ball loose. Kickapoo will get to a loose ball.
Yeah, if you're Kickapoo, you can't leave Garrett that open. You know, even though he's a sophomore, he's a kid that has some confidence shooting the ball from long range, and you've got to get out and get a hand in his face and contest.
Right side, Trey Otting. Now Shorter. Baseline drive, Atkins. Turnover goes out of bounds.
Well, here in the first couple of minutes, it seems like both teams are a little disorganized, John, and need to find a way to just settle things down. And you wonder, you know, if slowing things down and being in a half-court set, running a set play may allow one of these teams to find some success.
I mean, definitely a quick turnaround for the CBC team. They played 24 hours ago against Chaminade. Three is no good. Nasir Binion with the rebound, and he puts it in. There's going to be a whistle and a foul. Nasir Binion picks up the foul. It's going to be his first, team's first. They'll inbound the ball at midcourt.
Yeah, I'm really looking at the matchup of Harrison Deming, you know, inside, going on Mikalski of CBC, and seeing if the length will give CBC any issues and how they will defend.
Baseline cut, good play, ball underneath the basket. And it'll be a held ball. It'll be Kickapoo basketball.
Take a look at the replay there. Just one of those just gets stuck in the iron.
You don't see that very often. Three from the left corner is going to be good by Braden Shorter.
Yeah, great job off the inbound, popping and just seeing a little bit of an opening and used his length to be able to get that three up above the defender.
Good catch and shoot, too. Gauze will direct traffic for the Cadets. Garrett. Ball now near side, Anthony Gauze. Garrett, now right side. Both teams very patient in their offensive sets. There's going to be a travel call as Teron Garrett slipped on the floor.
Yeah, expect both these teams to kind of pick it up as far as offense is concerned. You know, CBC in their last game, they average around 70 points per game this year, so they're going to want to get some points up early. And the same thing for Kickapoo.
Pull-up jumper by Trey Otting is good.
That's just a nice pull-up, seeing some space and some opening right off that right elbow. Great awareness there for the Chiefs.
6-2, make that 5-2. Early stages, first quarter. Floater, no good. Back the other way, Chiefs come with the basketball. Pull-up jumper from the elbow, extended, no good. Rebounded down by Anthony Gauze. Stepped in, the defense collapsed around him. Screen. Mikalski was rolling to the basket. Two really good defensive teams here. Pull-up jumper from the foul line, no good. Loose ball thrown out of bounds. It'll be CBC basketball.
Yeah, Kickapoo on defense is switching on everything. Anytime you see a screen up top, they're following the lead and dropping back, so they're using that as an opportunity to cut.
3:45 to go in the first quarter, media timeout. Kickapoo leads 5-2. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium Network.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way. The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
3:45 to go here in his first quarter. John Edwards, Cam Thomas, Sarah Daly will join us here momentarily. Kickapoo with a slight lead here early as both teams are very methodical in their offense here early on, and a jumper by Nasir Binion falls home, and he's got all four of the CBC points here in the first quarter.
Yeah, though Binion didn't see a lot of varsity minutes last year, he's kind of come into his own this season. And another guy to watch out for that just checked in, their sixth man off the bench, Calvin Ross. He had 12 points and a couple of assists against Chaminade. Yesterday, he was the spark plug that allowed them to go on a late run to take down the Red Devils.
Bobby Alford gets a touch of the basketball. Now he's running across court for the Cadets. Garrett, top of the key, three, pinballs in and out, no good, loose ball. Retrieved by Reese Kimry.
I like that shot. You know, it was in the groove of the offense, posted up top, did Binion. He just couldn't rattle it home.
Jumper from the elbow is good by Trey Otting.
Nice little pull up there by Otting.
Three at the other end for the Cadets, no good. Teron Garrett with the miss.
Well, John, the speed has definitely picked up.
Jumper from the top of the key, no good, loose ball. And there's going to be a foul.
Sideline says they cannot hear.
A foul on the floor. And Trey Edding with the foul. .221 to go in the quarter. Jumper from the left side, no good. Rebound, and there's going to be a foul from behind on Bobby Alford. That's going to be his first. Jackson Shorter will come in for Harrison Donning. Get a look at head coach Justin Tatum.
Yeah, coming off a state championship win last year and the four-time MCC champions, Tatum has done a really good job of continuing the prominence that this program had under Bobby McCormick, but then transitioning to a new regime with Tatum.
Led quite a few players in his time at CBC. Layup is good by Nasir Binion. He's got 6 for the Cadets.
Yeah, I really have enjoyed watching Binion here early. He's done a great job of leading this offense when they really haven't found anything consistent early to keep them going.
Mason Robb in the game for the Chiefs. There's going to be a traveling call on Sean Campbell. Ali Booker drives through the lane. He travels.
I like the idea, trying to speed it up on offense, because CBC has the guards to run and gun a little bit, but you've got to do it under control, right?
Here's a little 2-2-1 pressure from the Cadets. Robb inside the key. Has to get rid of it. Baseline jumper is good by Braden Shorter.
Yeah, Shorter's done a really good job here in the early going of using his length to his advantage. You know, he's a guy that up there 6'6", 6'7", can match up with anybody on the floor.
Kickapoo in a little 2-3 zone now. 40 seconds to go in the first quarter. CBC content with just moving the ball in, moving it around. 3 on the way is good by Anthony Gauze.
That's who they've got to get going. Gauze had 8 points and 2 steals last night against Chaminade, and you know, if they want to see some success, he is the key to start getting them going.
They got to get the ball up court. 10 seconds to go on the clock. Shot towards the basket, no good. Shot at the buzzer, no good. And we're tied at 9 at the end of the first quarter. We'll step aside and take a timeout. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
9-9 is your score as we start the second quarter. Kickapoo 4 of 12 from the floor camp, 1 of 6 from behind the arc to start the game. CBC, on the other hand, 4 of 8, 1 of 3 from behind the arc.
Yeah, I think you've seen a lot of those 3 balls taken that are not necessarily in the groove of what Justin Tatum wants to do. I think they've got to figure out what's going to work for them, whether it's speeding it up or slowing it down. They've got to be in control.
A 4 shot taken by Calvin Ross. Trying to draw contact. No contact on the play. Ross then forced the shot. Baseline, ball loose. Shot is going to be good by Jackson Shorter. He's going to get fouled.
Yeah, look, the Shorter combination today has really risen to the occasion, and we've seen both these guys be scrappy, but they've also shown that they're not unwilling to get down and dirty in the trenches.
Nasir Binion picked up the foul. That's going to be his second. Substitutions for CBC coming in. Matthew McKelson will come in. For Nasir Binion. Free throw, no good. I like CBC blocking out on that free throw. Kickapoo team not afraid to play anyone. These are teams that get after it throughout the state. 3 on the way, no good. McKelson with the rebound. Driving through the lane, baseline. Ball still loose. They bring it back around to Bobby Alford. Alford dribbles through the lane. Garrett back out to Alford. Left-handed 3 on the way. It's going to be an air ball. It'll be Kickapoo basketball.
Look, that's not a horrible shot. And, even though it was an air ball, doesn't mean the offensive possession was bad. They're driving, kicking, trying to find an open shooter, and I think that's what CBC really wants to do. They want to penetrate, but find open lanes and find open shooters.
Talk about this Kickapoo team playing just about everybody. There were 2 losses this season. One is to DeSmet, the number 1 team in the St. Louis area, and they lost to Bentonville West. Layup is good by Harrison Donning.
And to your point, John, a couple of weeks back, they took really good care of Tolton by 16.
We'll see Tolton in the nightcap.
Yeah, so you wonder what Jeremy Osborne's team is going to look like later tonight at 8 o'clock.
Calvin Ross, pull-up jumper is good for Teron Garrett.
Yeah, really like that pop and stop from 6 feet there from Garrett. Just rises with the right hand and uses a little bit of touch to get it through the cylinder.
The coordination that it takes, too, in order for it to be like that. Ball on the baseline. Ball's going to go out of bounds. It'll be Kickapoo basketball. Samaj Stampley will come in for the Cadets. Calvin Ross will go to the bench. Baseline, it's shorter. Three from the left side on the way around the rim, no good. Cadets with the rebound. Anthony Gauze will bring it up left side. Most of their sets have gone to that left side of the court here, Cam, and they've taken advantage of that as a runner goes through the lane for Anthony Gauze.
Yeah, what that does is, even though they're pushing towards that left side, they're still open on the wings, and it allowed Gauze to see a lane inside, and that's where he was able to get through with some penetration.
Edding, 3 ball from the left corner, no good. Loose ball, rebounded down by the Cadets. Teron Garrett. Stampley. There's going to be a travel call on Teron Garrett.
And here are the things in this first half that have hurt CBC, right? When they see a couple of good plays happen, then they make a mistake, right? And you just can't let that happen. You've got to stay locked in, got to stay focused, because they have 2 really good back-to-back defensive possessions, and then you give the ball away the next one.
2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yep.
Up underneath, layup is good by Sean Campbell, and a good look down low by Harrison Donning.
That's what an experienced Kickapoo Chiefs team is going to do to you when they have the camaraderie and feel on the floor together that they have. They're going to be able to find openings like that and take advantage of you as a team.
If both of these coaches could play, Cam, they'd have uniforms on, because head coach Tatum is out near midcourt. You look over, Coach McHenry, he's up and down the sideline cheering on his guys, and these guys are really working the sideline here in the first half. Dip up and under is good for Teron Garrett. He's got 4.
Yeah, Garrett doing a really good job of finding some space. See what CBC is able to do on D.
Bad pass, loose ball. It's going to get picked up by Kickapoo. Both of these teams need to slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's almost like They're kind of unsettled here early on, and we played almost the first half. 3 from the right corner, pinballs around the rim, ball is loose, picked up by the Cadets. Matthew McAlson.
Well, haven't seen many stoppages, right? Not a lot of timeouts, only 4 fouls combined between the two teams. So they're running and gunning, they're getting up the floor, but they've got to do it with pace.
Nice play by Anthony Gauss on the dish to Mikulski for the bucket.
That's just a breakdown in the defense. Gauss with a nice backdoor pass to find his big man streaking down the backside.
3 from the left corner is good by Braden Shorter. His second of the half. He's got 8.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to close out Shorter in that short corner. You cannot leave that young man open with the ability that he has to shoot from beyond the arc.
Runner is good by Teron Garrett, who's starting to heat up. He's got 6 in the quarter.
And I think the last 2 possessions is how we expected this game to go, right, John? Trading buckets, but doing it with purpose.
3 from the right side, no good. It's going to go out of bounds. It'll be Kickapoo basketball. 2:28 to go in the first half. CBC leads 20-19 over Kickapoo. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to the CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
CBC leads 20-19 here in the first half. Both teams getting ready to come out of the huddle. Okay. Sarah Daly over on the sideline. What do you have for us?
Well, CBC's head coach, Justin Tatum, is no stranger to state championships and success on the basketball court. He won a state title with CBC in '97. He went to SLU for his collegiate career and then went on to coach with the Soldan Tigers and won state in 2012. Then he came back to his alma mater, CBC, won state in 2014 and 2022. He's got 3 kids. I guess you can say basketball stays in the family with his oldest, Jason, who played at Chaminade in St. Louis, went on to play college at Duke, and then was drafted 3rd overall by the Boston Celtics. It's pretty impressive.
He played with some really good basketball players. There's going to be contact to the head down at the other end. Played with Larry Hughes over at St. Louis University. Those two were like best of friends in the St. Louis area.
Yeah, and to Sarah's point, last year when they won the state title in 2022, he had the opportunity to coach Larry Hughes' son, Larry Hughes Jr., who is now at SLU, so following in his dad's footsteps. And, it's really been a family affair for those guys. They've been around their kids for a really long time, and it's nice to see them grow up and see success themselves.
It's a lot of basketball royalty in the St. Louis area. A lot of people stay home when they're in St. Louis, and they try to keep that tradition alive. And it's more so in the St. Louis area for me because it's where I'm out of. And I'm sure that it's the same way, especially in other parts of the Missouri area as well. Springfield area, this area. We were talking earlier about this area here in Columbia. We talked about Sophie Cunningham earlier. Springfield's had their ball players, so a lot of rich tradition in basketball here. Held ball possession arrow favors Kickapoo. We're tied at 20. 1:08 to go in the first half.
Yeah, if you just kind of look at this first half from a full scope perspective, the second quarter has really sped things up on the offensive and defensive end for both teams. I think they're starting to find their identities. Nice drop step and left-handed hook there from Deming. We've seen him kind of be a part of the three-headed monster with Deming and to go alongside the shorter brothers.
3-0 good from the left corner by Samaj Stampley. There's going to be a foul.
It is.
Stampley uses the body, picks up the foul. CBC with only 5 fouls in the half. Calvin Ross will come back in.
Wonder if Kickapoo will hold for one shot here if they try to go 2 for 1. Now, this is one of the things that has been a topic of conversation for a lot of coaches. Are they going to implement that shot clock? Because that would change this last 30 seconds.
I know that the NHFS is going to it, and I know some states are currently using it, a 35-second shot clock. I've been advocating for it for years. Coming up on 10 seconds to go in the half. Double team comes. Edding, pull-up jumper. No good. Ball loose. And that'll be the end of the first half. Kickapoo takes a 22-20 lead into the first half. And a good first half of that. We were tied at 9 after the first half. Waiting on Sarah Daly to catch up with Mitch McHenry, the head coach of Kickapoo.
Well, you started out the first quarter a little methodical, and then the pace of the game really picked up. What do you guys have to capitalize on going into the second half to make sure you distance your lead here?
Well, we don't really want the pace of the game to speed up for us. We've got to control it if we want a chance against these guys. I thought we've done a good job. We had some turnovers early. If we get shots at the end of each possession, we're pretty good. But we're just going to have to continue to control the game. They're going to come out in the second half, and they're going to try to ramp it up and get to their speed, and we've got to be disciplined and control it. Continue to get on the defensive glass and one and done. Then we just got to finish with shots on the offense end and not turn the ball over.
All right, Coach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. 22-20 is your score at the half. We'll step aside and take a timeout. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy!
To infinity and beyond!
Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Sponsored by your local law enforcement.
Yes!
Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. So grab your family and friends and boogie on down to a plunge near you. It's time to get freezing for a reason. Wait, where is Shiver Bear? To find out how you can get involved, visit somo.org/plunge.
Back inside Mizzou Arena, the Norm Stewart Court. It's the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. John Edwards, Cam Thomas, Sarah Daly here with you. And an evenly played first half if you look at it by the numbers, shooting-wise. But Kickapoo out-rebounding CBC in that first half. CBC's been really one and done on the offensive end of the basketball.
Yeah, I think, we saw some turnovers early, but then in that second quarter, they started doing a little bit better job of using the game to their advantage. And what I mean by that is speeding things up. I mean, you heard the head coach of Kickapoo say, we don't want them to speed the game up. We want to slow it down. We want it to be in the half court so that they can use their length to their advantage. CBC doesn't want to do that. They want to get up and down the court and use their guard play to get out to the wings and find ways to be creative offensively.
Get a look at the first half numbers. Kickapoo 50% from the floor, 2 of 9 from behind the arc. CBC not much better, 1 of 10 from the floor and behind the arc. Like I said, 16 to 10 in rebounds. But if you look at what these teams are doing, Kickapoo's got a little bit more spread of an offense. They balanced their scoring. Braden Shorter had 8 in that first half, 6 for Edding, 4 for Donning, a couple points apiece for a few other players in the team. And, for CBC, Anthony Gauls had 6, Teron Garrett had 6 points for Nazir Binion, and Binion had to take a seat because he picked up 2 quick fouls and they're trying to protect him.
Yeah, they've got to keep Binion in the game as much as they can, but he's got to be smarter from a decision-making standpoint. I think the other thing is they've got to find a way to get Matthew Mikalski involved because he's a big target. Kid's down there at almost 6'10". He's got to be able to match up with Braden Shorter and Jackson Shorter to be able to provide a matchup with that length inside. So we'll see what the second half looks like, but I think both these coaches, they're smart and they're going to make some adjustments.
We'll step aside. We'll come back. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy! Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Back inside Mizzou Arena, we are at the half. Kickapoo leads 22-20. There's still one more game to go here tonight. That's Tolton will take on Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and our finality of the weekend. And what a weekend of basketball we've had here. You worked some of those overnight games, and I heard that the Cardinal-Ritter game at midnight last night after we signed off was probably the best of the games. And as we get a look at the highlights of the first half, and this is turning out to be a pretty good one itself.
Yeah, I think both these teams would like to put the ball in the bottom of the nets a little bit more, but I think when you're playing two teams that that know how to play from a defensive perspective and, aren't going to give a lot of cushion on defense, you're going to see a low-scoring first half. Now, what you will see in the second half is some adjustments made and an opportunity for both these teams to get to the bucket a little bit more. I think both these teams are not happy with the way they shot the ball from three. Abysmal numbers on both sides. So you may see some adjustments to try to get the ball inside a little bit more and use half-court sets to get some easier buckets.
Yeah, you're seeing some of the buckets from CBC. They were moving off the screen well. Our 6 o'clock game tonight was East St. Louis and Jeff City. That was a close game. It was a 2-point game going into the fourth quarter, and East St. Louis really opened things up. They were able to get out a little bit faster and transition to pull away. 74-61, our game in progress right now, CBC and Kickapoo. And then our nightcap, it'll be Fowler-Tolton taking on Bartlesville. And it's, like I said, it's been a really exciting week, 3 days of basketball. We started out with Thursday night, we had 4 games. We had a bunch of games starting yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. We played all the way through. So we'll step aside. We'll take one final timeout. We'll come back. Second half action from the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic right after this.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
And we're back with Justin Tatum, head coach of CBC. Last night, you guys played Chaminade. We saw them earlier today. 2 games in 12 hours, and you guys are doing the same thing in 24, but they look like they're got their speed and agility back. What did you tell them to do to get prepped for today?
We just have to figure out how to play on this big court. We went from 84 feet, now we're to 94 feet, and we just got to make sure our bench is ready because a lot of our starters played major minutes last night. So we want to make sure other guys be ready to help us on out with our depth and help us get over this hump of this game.
So what was your message at halftime to capitalize on what's going on right now and the momentum you guys can build?
We got to bring our own energy because, it's not like our crowd last night. We got to find out where it comes from. We got to stop settling for long threes this court. And the three-point line is bigger than the high school. And we've been settling for it early on often. And we want to get a lot of layups this second half.
All right, well, good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Great job, as always, on the sideline.
John, I've known Justin Tatum for a long, long time since I was a little kid, and he's never changed. Calm, cool, collective, and no matter what the situation may be, he's always got a clear and concise message that he wants to give his group. And he made a good point in the interview with Sarah. They're going from 84 feet last night to 94 feet today, which is a huge difference, and they didn't get a lot of time to really run up and down the court before the game started. They warmed up in the half court, but that's a huge adjustment. It wears on your legs, but it also mentally, I don't think that it's something that a lot of these kids are thinking about. They go down the court and they may set up for a three and not realize, hey, I'm a couple of feet farther back than I need to be.
The court could be longer, but the rim's still 10 feet from the floor, so it doesn't really make a difference.
There you go. Yeah.
You can play on a court that's 75 feet if you had to. It's still a game, and the hoop's still 10 feet from the ground. So he said that his guys played major minutes last night. It was probably a grind. Always is in the MCC, but coming out and playing against Chaminade last night and having to come here 24 hours later. And for some of his kids that are younger, not used to that grind just yet.
Yeah, and they had to make a big push last night to overcome Chaminade's Daniels having a big night. So we'll see how they come out here in the second half.
Only surrendered 2 points in the fourth quarter last night to Chaminade.
Defense stepped up big time, and that's what he expects them to do here in the second half.
A little 3-2 zone from Kickapoo.
It's going to make it harder for CBC to penetrate. You heard Tatum say they want to get back to the rim and stop taking so many threes. Well, it's going to be tough to do it when they pack it in the zone.
A lot of dribbling the ball, not a lot of ball movement. Something I expected. Jumper, no good. Rebounded down by Drew Atkins.
That's what the zone forces you to do. Stay outside on the perimeter and not be able to penetrate.
Take to the basket, rolls home for Trey Edding. He's got 6.
Well, just a good job by Edding taking advantage of the defense being in flux.
Floater to the basket, shot no good. Loose ball picked up. Another shot no good. Edding comes away with the basketball.
Yeah, they've got to get back quickly on defense if they want to prevent the Chiefs getting out in transition. And luckily for them right there, they threw it out of bounds.
If you notice the guards from Kickapoo off the rebound, their guards are getting further and further up court near this mid-court line and forcing the CBC defense to get back quicker. Three-two zone from Kickapoo. And there's going to be a hold. Foul's going to be on CBC. Wow. Nasir Binion. That's going to be his 3rd.
Wow. And he was off ball there, so whatever the official saw, and he was kind of
15 feet away.
Yeah, he was on the other side of the floor, and he called that. That's a tough call.
Atkins up court. Picked up the dribble. Edding. Baseline Shorter. Shorter turns the corner. Good pump fake to the rim and taking it home is Harrison Donning.
Denning is just so good when he gets to the rim. He just finds a way to get the ball in the bottom of the bucket, but does so in a way that's graceful.
Largest lead of the night, now 6 for Kickapoo.
Love to see them feed down low to Michalski. He's asking for it.
He just can't get position down there. 3 from the left corner is good by Calvin Ross. And a timeout taken. It's a 30-second timeout. And Kickapoo's content with playing the zone, forcing CBC to knock those buckets down because they have all the faith in the fact that their defense is going to cover up down below, as you see the 3 from Calvin Ross.
They didn't cover up there because he had a guard right at that left block that didn't even close out on Ross. And look, Ross is a guy that, even though he comes off the bench for CBC, if they get him hot, he can roll. Last night, when they brought him off the bench, he had 12 points in about 13 minutes of action. So he's a young man that knows how to heat up from beyond the arc. And even though the Cadets want to get the ball inside this half, they're going to let him shoot that if he's wide open and doesn't have anybody within 10 feet of him.
So it's 26-23 here in this third quarter. Double team comes. Atkins will get it up over midcourt. Elbow jumper, no good. Michalski getting to a loose ball is Kickapoo.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration there on Michalski picking up the foul. You know, you got to pick a position and stay there.
Michalski picks up the foul, his first. Braden Shorter will go to the free throw line and shoot 2. First one's good.
You know, when you're lengthy like that at 6'10" and you start flailing the arms, the official's going to get that for you every time. You stick to your position at the block and you stay straight up, you're going to have an opportunity to not only contest a shot but not fall into fouls.
Shorter makes both of them. Bobby Alford loses control of the ball. Atkins up over midcourt. Spin through the lane, and there's going to be a foul on the Cadets. Bobby Alford picks up the foul. It's going to be his first. Harrison Denning shooting 2, makes the first. Josh King comes in for the Cadets. Reese Kimry in the game. Denning makes both free throws. Lead is now 7. There's going to be a foul. 22 feet away from the basket.
I like how they're setting the high ball screen now and allowing the guards to use the screen to penetrate. And then that leaves a shooter kicked out up top. If they can get it to him, that may be their avenue to make the 3-ball go down a little bit more for CBC.
King setting a screen. Jordan Williams in the game. 3, no good. Rebounded down by Harrison Denning.
That's a tough call on Ross. Reached just a little bit, but the idea was there, right? Making sure that you're staying in front of the ball handler across half court and you're stopping balls so that the pressure doesn't get too deep into the defense.
Calvin Ross picked up the foul, his first. Take to the basket, no good. Shorter with the rebound, ball still loose. Players on the floor. 2-on-1 now, 3-on-1 for the Cadets. Underneath, layup, no good, and a foul.
That's one of the very few times, John, that we've seen CBC in this game get out and run in transition. But not only that, have numbers where they have options and don't necessarily have to rely on one guy going to the rim.
Yeah, it was a 2-on-1. It turned into a 3-on-1, but really, you just missed an opportunity to get a bucket, and you're going to the free throw line. Instead of making 3, you're only going to get 2 out of this, maybe. Calvin Ross will go to the free throw line. First one's good. Ross with 4. Ross makes both. He's got 5. The lead is 5 for the Chiefs. Top of the key. Kickapoo picks up the dribble through the center of the lane. Left-handed shot is no good, and King will get charged with the foul. His first. 5 fouls now on the Cadets here in the third quarter.
Yeah, and it wasn't an issue for him in the first half. I mean, we saw 4 fouls combined between the two teams. I think now the Chiefs are attacking the body a little bit more.
Yeah, they are taking the rack. They are attacking the rim every offensive possession so far in this half. So maybe that's the one change that they've made because we're having a hard time making some threes. They made a few.
Oh, yeah.
But if they're going to attack the rim, especially with the big guy out of the lineup, you might as well.
But the interesting thing is they're doing it with the guard play too, right? Like they're getting out in transition and they're finding ways to find CBC's defense in flux and finding avenues to get through the lane.
They've really dictated play tonight. Kind of surprising for me. There's going to be a foul on Kickapoo. Mason Robb picks up the foul. 3:50 to go in the third quarter. Chiefs by 7. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
(32-25) is your score. Kickapoo with the lead. John Edwards, Cam Thomas, Sarah Daly. Anthony Gauze with the basketball for the Cadets. Teron Garrett. Teron Garrett trying to get down in that low block. He's having a hard time posting up against Mason Robb, who's giving up some height down there.
Yeah, CBC's trying some cutting action right now, and Tatum's trying to get them all set up. They look a little confused.
Jumper from 8, no good. Rebounded down by Braden Shorter.
And then they just settled for a bad baseline shot that was a pop-up.
Robb barely in bounds. Underneath, ball's going to go out of bounds. CBC basketball.
Yeah, they got lucky there. Shorter had it underneath, and he had the advantage if he was able to keep the basketball there at that left block.
Nasir Binion will come in for the Cadets. He's got 3 fouls. Cadets are going to do what they can to protect him from picking up that 4th foul. They're going to need him in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, they need him now, and I think that's why Tatum's taking a gamble on him, because he was that spark plug early in that first quarter, having the first couple of points for them, and we just haven't seen much from him since.
Finger roll layup is good by Anthony Gauze.
That's a pretty
nice take to the basket there.
That's a pretty move, and I think that's why they're so high on him, and really want him to lead this offense from a point guard perspective.
Takes a lot of confidence to go through the lane like that. Jumper no good, rebounded down, put back up off the glass, no good. Shorter fights for a rebound, and there's going to be a foul underneath the basket.
No, that's just unacceptable for CBC. You've got 2 guys underneath the rim that aren't even boxing out and aren't going to the point of attack to try to grab the basketball down off the carom. So you've got to do a better job of having more white jerseys close to the rim. That's why you've seen Kickapoo do a better job getting second chance opportunities.
Calvin Ross picks up the foul, his 3rd. Braden Shorter misses the 1st. Bobby Alford will come in for the Cadets. Reese Kimry back on the floor for Kickapoo. Shorter makes 1 of 2. Kickapoo back into that zone defense. I don't know if you want to call it a 3-2 or a 1-2-2, but they kind of sneak that weak side guy into the lane.
Yeah, they're kind of using the weak side, as you mentioned, as kind of a flex. He can move where he needs to be, but he stays centered.
And they use the big guy in the middle, too. They're not using usually a guard there. They're using one of their bigs.
Right.
3 from the right corner, no good. Loose ball, still loose, picked up by the Chiefs.
They've got to rebound better.
Only one person went to the basketball.
Yep.
There's going to be a timeout taken by Kickapoo.
And that's not who I thought was going to take the timeout. I thought it was time for CBC to take one, but obviously the Chiefs saw something that they wanted to talk it over with.
Well, the ball went down into the corner, and coach didn't want to lose the possession.
Right.
And he saw that his player was fumbling the ball a little bit, so he was like, let's just call a timeout. We'll inbound it. We'll set it up. It's a 6-point lead against the Cadets.
I'll tell you what, their game plan coming out of halftime has really worked almost to perfection as far as slowing the game down and working in the half court. They've really gotten everything they wanted at the rim, right? But they've also complemented it with some open shots from the perimeter, and nothing has felt forced tonight for the Chiefs. You know, this has been a low-scoring game, but I felt like they came in and they understood that if they wanted to win this game, they couldn't let CBC get into the 60s and the 70s. This was going to have to be a game that was played between the dials, so to speak, and they've really stepped up their defense and haven't allowed CBC to go on many runs today.
They've really, Kickapoo's dictated play here tonight, offensively and defensively. So they've taken the Cadets out of everything offensively. The things that CBC are so used to running, they haven't been able to run here. Pass all the way across court. Chiefs on the backdoor cut, drive to the basket, floaters, no good. Loose ball picked up by Braden Shorter. Heading. Denning through the lane, and there's going to be a grab of the arm inside the block. Foul's going to be on Bobby Alford, his second. Team foul number 7. 1-1 now for the Chiefs the rest of the way.
And that's huge, right? I mean, it just wasn't an issue for CBC in the first half, and we talked about it extensively in the third quarter early, that the Chiefs were attacking the bodies, and that's what has allowed them to rack up the fouls a little bit on the CBC side. And you know they're going to get to double bonus at some point. It's just inevitable.
I know they'll shoot free throws the rest of the game, so it's a long time to shoot foul shots. They've only got 2 misses from the free throw line here tonight. 8-point lead, 70 seconds to go in the quarter. Like they tried setting that screen to get that skip pass over the top. Pull-up jumper from the top of the key, no good. Rebound underneath by Nazir Binion. Not having him on the floor tonight has definitely been an issue. As a steal, Brandon Gauze gets the bucket. And it's now a 4-point lead.
And that's what CBC can do if they use their defensive pressure to force turnovers. You know, they can do whatever they want underneath, but they just haven't been doing that.
Out top, it's Drew Atkins and a turnover. 20 on the clock. Turning it back over was Anthony Gauze.
Again, a couple of steps forward, 1 step back for CBC. They've got to stop shooting themselves in the foot.
Shot no good. Ball's going to go out of bounds. It'll stay Kickapoo basketball with 7.3 seconds to go.
Good idea to get Goss a little break here because they're going to need him to come back in probably at the start of the fourth, if not, about a minute in. Get a little breather.
Samad Stampley will come in. Hanging in the air, shot no good. Wow, put back his own rebound. It's Trey Edding. At the end of the third quarter, Kickapoo leads this one 37-31. We'll come back, fourth quarter action. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic here on Stadium.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
Fourth quarter here from the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. John Edwards, Cam Thomas, Sarah Daly, and our L2 production crew, who's done a fantastic job over the past 48 hours. And they've done a great job making us look good and sound good all week.
Yeah, they really have. And, you know, what a pleasure it's been to work with them and find a way to produce this great event.
Long whistle from the official, letting us know it's time for the fourth quarter. Whew, I woke up from that one.
Yeah, right close by.
No three-pointers in that third quarter from Kickapoo. Their first one of the half is good. Am I treading?
I'll tell you what, Trey Edding is really picking it up. That's his 15th point of the night, and you know he's done it in such a way that has allowed him to really feel comfortable. That's the first three he's attempted, and he just hit it in rhythm.
Three from the left corner off the iron, no good. Rebounded down by Reese Kimry.
You can hear Tatum across the floor saying, look, we're not working hard enough on defense. We've got to make them feel uncomfortable.
It'll be a kick on Nasir Binion. It'll be Kickapoo basketball.
Look, you're down 9. This is a 3-possession game now, and Kickapoo's been taking their time on offensive possession, so you got to go.
Underneath the basket, shot's going to be blocked. Teron Garrett will bring it back up court for the Cadets.
That's a start.
Binion gets away with a travel. They go to the other side of the court. It's Calvin Ross. And they're going to let Samaj Stampley stand out there and shoot a three if he wants.
Yeah, they've got a smaller lineup on the floor to CBC.
Three by Binion, no good. Rebounded by Garrett. Hook shot, no good. Cadets going to the rim this quarter. There's going to be a reach-in foul on Jackson Shorter. It's going to be his first. Just the 5th foul of the game for Kickapoo.
Yeah, they've been really disciplined on the defensive end. They've contested straight up. They haven't forced themselves to reach or use their hands defensively. They've just done a really good job of being stout, at being sound and fundamental.
Bobby Alford misses the first. Second basket is good. One of two for Alford. Shot's going to be blocked from behind. It's going to go out of bounds. It'll be Kickapoo basketball. Get a look at the replay on this one. Ball's going to get deflected from behind.
Yet again, Minion in the mix on defense. I mean, he's the piece of this team that they need. He's their glue.
Drive to the baseline. Ball kicked out top. Kickapoo will reset their offense. Why didn't he just shoot from there? Drive down the lane. Left-handed runner, no good. Ball loose, bouncing around down there. Binion comes away with the basketball, and there's going to be a foul on the Chiefs.
Yeah, there was a couple opportunities on that possession for Kickapoo to take a shot, and a good shot. Not that they couldn't shoot one in rhythm, but I just felt like they were being a little lackluster on that possession and kind of getting away from what's working for them.
Braden Shorter picks up the foul, his second. A couple of these cadet players with their hands on their hips, really trying to get some wind in their system here.
Yeah, and Bobby Alford got hit in the face, and he's got to get some attention from the training staff with some blood in his mouth. So you're going to have to go to the bench and use some of the guys that may not usually get minutes late in the fourth quarter, but Tatum said it, their legs are gassed from yesterday's game.
Binion. Right side. Drive. Looking for Binion in the lane. Three on the way. Count it. Anthony Galls with a big three.
Great job of sharing the basketball. They waited for that play to develop and waited, penetrated a couple times, didn't see what they wanted, and then found Goss on the open left wing for a three.
Underneath layup is going to be good by Jackson Shorter, but even better was the pass by Reese Kimry.
Kickapoo can continue to answer. You know, these overtures by CBC are not going to matter.
Edding. Ball in front of the Kickapoo bench. Denning. Three from the left corner on the way. Rolls home for Braden Shorter, and that's a big three from Shorter.
You saw Kickapoo wanting to get the ball away from the sideline so that they could rotate back middle, drive, and kick to that open wing in the corner.
Baseline jumper is good for Harrison Binion, who's got 10. Timeout called by CBC.
An 8-point deficit here with still the immediate timeout coming up after under 4. So, an opportunity for these teams to see a short, quick little burst here, but then be able to reset again. And you wonder if that's why Justin Tatum called the timeout. Get a good possession. Next stop, you get an opportunity to potentially be within 2 possessions.
Both teams coming out of the timeout. Bobby Alford still being attended to on the other side of the court by the training staff. Looks like they put a steri strip on his lip. Kickapoo to inbound pressure from the Cadets off the inbound. They need to get the ball up over midcourt. 10-second violation on the Kickapoo Chiefs. Media timeout on the floor. 3:56 to go in the fourth quarter. Kickapoo leads this one by 8, 45-37. You're watching a 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Welcome back inside Mizzou Arena, Norm Stewart Court. It's the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. Kickapoo with a 8-point lead here against CBC, and I think we're going to be in for a dogfight over this last 3:56, Cam.
Yeah, I think Kickapoo is going to continue to, be smart, and that's what they've done all game long. They've played the game at their pace, at their tempo, and they haven't allowed CBC to speed them up. I think CBC's in a position now where they have to speed up. They don't have a choice.
Coach Tatum moving the players around where he wants them.
Yeah, they're going to try to get this to Goss.
2-3 zone.
It's going to be a set play for him.
3 from the right corner is an air ball taken by Anthony Gauze. You called it.
And it's tougher to shoot the ball off a tip than it is off a straight pass. I think that's what forced him to have some issues getting that ball in the air.
3 from Shorter on the right side is good. 4 threes on the night for Shorter.
Yeah, that's a huge momentum shift right there with that 3.
3 taken by Nasir Binion, no good. Shorter pulls it up, baseline. They'll reset it back out top. Under 3 minutes to go.
They've got to start dropping the passing lanes and doubling, and yep, that's exactly what they started doing. They have to be in attack mode on defense now. You got to get turnovers. You got to turn them over. That's what you need here. Not enough time on the clock to just wait and allow them to push out the clock.
Ross picks up the foul, his 4th, team's 8th. Trey Edding will go to the free throw line. 1-1. Actually, no, it'll be a 2-shot foul. No? I'm confused. The official showed 2 fingers like 2 shots. Usually it gives you, a little 1-1 sign, but one of 2 for Edding. His first miss from the free throw line tonight. 3 from the right corner. Banked it home from that spot. Did I see that right?
I thought the banks closed it at noon today.
From a 90-degree angle, I've never seen a shot bank in before, but then again, there is a first for everything.
Maybe it's because he's a lefty. He shot that a little differently.
Timeout called by Kickapoo. It's a 30-second timeout. Jackson Shorter. Reese Kimry will come back in for Kickapoo.
Tatum is a little upset on that last play. He thought that on the defensive side of the ball that CBC may have gotten an elbow thrown at him from Kickapoo. And we've got a great officiating throughout here. And one of the officials that was close to that was Blake McFeeters, and not many times that he doesn't see a call.
Officials have done a really nice job all week.
Oh, yeah.
In their assignments, and for a lot of these guys, due to a shortage of officiating, most of these guys Thursday, Friday, refereed multiple games before getting here to do their called assignments for the games this weekend. And
yeah,
ooh,
a couple of the guys that are on the floor today, they were up in Quincy for another tournament this morning and then came down to Columbia just to get these games in.
Wow. 2:07 to go here in the fourth. Shorter. Kimry picked up the dribble. And there's going to be a foul and a push afterward. Foul's going to be on Matthew Mikowski. His second. Got away with a push afterward.
Like, I know Mikowski is a young kid, but they've got to find ways throughout the rest of the year, especially if you want to compete in the MCC, find a way to utilize him. He's just been kind of a non-factor today. He's a big body, but they've got to find a way to incorporate him on both sides of the ball.
I think the 3-2 zone really messed things up. They wanted to get the ball inside early. They couldn't do it. And that's really what hurt them. And by doing so, it took them out of the game.
Yep.
Because now they had to go to the perimeter.
Oh, I completely agree.
Kimry makes one of two. Loose ball. Cadets get to the rebound. 50-40. Binion off the glass. Good.
Yeah, still a chance here.
It's going to be a reach-in foul on Anthony Gauze, his first. Tenth team foul on the Cats.
At this point, you're just hoping that they miss one. When they get to the line, you're just hoping that you can gain a possession, cut one down a little.
Edding makes the free throw. 6 of 7 tonight from the free throw line is Edding. Edding makes both.
CBC likes to play fast. Let's see how they do it.
They need shots. They need them quick. You're down 10. Don't have time to dribble the basketball. Binion take to the baseline. Out top. Open three on the way. No good. Ball loose. Denig with the rebound. Binion picks up the foul, his fourth.
Not a bad shot there by Gauss on the last possession.
They ran too much time off the clock.
Yeah. Yep.
They ran 15 seconds off that set.
Well, you can't drive and kick.
No.
You're down by 10 and you only got less than a minute 30 to play. You've got to get the ball into the corner or even take a wing shot. But you got to do something to get a bucket. And it doesn't matter if it's a 2 or a 3 in that scenario. You just got to get something going quick.
Yeah.
But I think, again, Kickapoo has just forced CBC all night long to play their version of basketball.
Gauze, 3 from the right side is good. By Calvin Ross, his third 3 of the night. He's got 11.
Now that one might have been a 50-50 call. I thought that Shorter was losing his balance and may have gotten bailed out on a foul call there.
Ross picks up the foul. He's got 4 now. Braden Shorter will go to the free throw line. He's 3 of 4. First one from Shorter, no good.
Either way, he can still get it back out to 10 here.
Misses both, but he gets his own rebound. Doesn't need to go anywhere. Held ball, possession arrow, CBC.
CBC got bailed out there, but you can't expect to get back in this game if he's the only one at the free throw line, and he's crashing the boards better than 4 other guys there.
Well, the coach didn't put anybody at the free throw line, and a travel on Nasir Binion. See, the bad play by Shorter after that is he gets the rebound, and instead of dribbling towards the basket, he should have brought it all the way back out here, waited for the reinforcements to come back in. A technical foul has been issued.
I think
Trey Edding will shoot the technicals.
I think the tech was probably on Tatum. He was chirping a little bit over on that sideline, and they gave him a couple warnings, but he's fighting for his players, and I think that's why Blake McFeeters and the crew had to go ahead and keep things at bay. But look, we've known him for a long time. He's been around for a while. He's an intense coach, even when things are going their way. So, expected out of Tatum.
Chiefs now just spreading the floor. There's going to be a foul on Anthony Gauze.
And look, coming into this game, I mean, CBC, that's a big win last night against Chaminade.
Sure.
Top 10 team ranked in the state, and then you lose to a Kickapoo team that they're a good team, right? But you expected CBC to come out and enforce their will, and that just isn't what happened. So you wonder if this is a wake-up call for this team that maybe puts a little fire underneath them and allows them to reevaluate things as they get ready for some of the holiday tournaments that are coming up.
Now you have to ask yourself this, too, because both teams are Class 6 schools. Could they meet potentially down the road in March? If you do, you've already played them, and you've handled them pretty good. There's going to be a foul call by one official and a walk by the other. Braden Shorter is going to get nailed for the foul. His third.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a little too late for CBC to make a comeback here.
6-team foul.
They won't even get him free throws. They need one more foul to get to the bonus.
Good play by Kimry to get up there. Get a finger on the ball. Kimry up court. And they'll just hold on to it. And Kickapoo will let the clock run out of this one. And a big win here tonight over the CBC Cadets. They'll win this one 58-45.
A big time win by Kickapoo. I mean, they came into this game 4-2 and, had a close win against Blue Valley Northwest a couple of days ago. And this is a surprise victory, I think, for a lot of folks in the crowd, right? But they were confident, they were focused, and they played their version of basketball tonight. And it was a three-headed monster of Jackson Shorter, Braden Shorter, and Trey Edding. I mean, those three guys really controlled the pace and the tempo all game long.
So Kickapoo picks up the win here today. We'll step aside, take a brief timeout. We'll come back. Sarah Daly will have the player of the game. We'll have the head coach. Actually, we'll stay here and hold on. Sarah's got the player now. Player of the game to Gary Filber. Player of the game, it's Braden Shore. Sarah, take it away.
Well, congratulations, first of all. Great game by you guys. All 4 quarters, you had a little bit of a lead, then stretched it out as you headed towards the 4th. Got pretty physical out there. How'd you guys feel?
Yeah, I mean, we feel great. We went out there and played hard, played together, and I think we deserved the outcome that we had.
You guys seem to really gel towards that 3rd and 4th quarter. What did Coach say to you in the locker room that kind of helped you guys navigate a couple of issues?
He said, keep up what we're doing, keep working hard, keep playing together, and just don't let them speed us up, because their whole game plan was just to speed us up, because they know that's not how we play, because we're a little bit bigger, but we did what we wanted. Yep.
Pacing definitely slowed down. So congratulations, go enjoy it, and nice job.
We'll step aside and we'll have head coach Mitch McHenry as Kickapoo wins here tonight over CBC 58-45. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic on Stadium.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
This is Mitch McHenry, the head coach at Kickapoo. And first of all, Coach, congratulations on the win tonight. A really good game plan you put up against CBC tonight. Playing some zone, and you took the big guy out of the play early on for them.
Yeah, we're not really a zone team, but, you know, when they've got 4 elite guards and 4 guards that play the high level, they're tough to just defend when you mix it up, let alone when you just try to play man the whole time. So I thought we executed really well with whatever defense we threw out there. I think it helped dictate kind of the pace of the game, which we needed to control to give ourselves a chance, and our kids executed really at a high level.
You 4-2 on the season, early part of the season yet, but picking up against a Class 6 school here, what does that do momentum-wise for you moving forward?
I mean, we're a Class 6 school, so I mean, it's a good win because there's CBC, and it's an elite team, a team that's always at the top of the Class 6 level. But I mean, these are teams that we should be playing if we want to be a serious talk at the Class 6 level, which we feel we should be. This is the level of competition we need to play, and we felt like we've had a really strong part, just strength of schedule to start the year with playing a really good Bentonville West team that we had a lead and lost too late, and playing a DeSmet team, which is, I think, number 1 in Class 5 right now or something like that, and losing a tough game to them. So for us to pick up a win against a Class 6 opponent and a team that's in the top of the state rankings and a good team like this for our kids, you know, they executed and they got the win.
You know, Mitch, your bigs did a great job tonight, but, you know, kind of the lone star that I felt really shine was Trey. He did such a really good job of controlling the pace and the tempo of your offense, but when it seemed like you guys needed a bucket, he always came up in the clutch. Can you just talk about what his leadership has meant to this team so far this year?
Yeah, I think what he displayed tonight, just being a floor general, knowing when to attack, knowing when to keep the pace, because we talked, a large part of our game plan was just knowing when to attack, controlling tempo, and he made some tough buckets at the basket, in the paint, and then did a great job of just pulling it out and creating that tempo that we needed. And he's playing 30-plus minutes a game right now, and the ball's in his hands a lot. So you got to kind of be built a little bit different to be able to handle that against elite competition, and he's done it for us all year. And he's done a great job through 7 games now. He's done a great job for us to start the year.
Talk about the balance, because he was able to really control play for you on the guard end, and he was able to distribute, which got your forwards into the game pretty early too.
Yeah, I thought we moved the ball pretty well. We only had a couple assists the first half. I felt like, CBC speeds you up and tries to make you take quick shots and contested shots. I thought we had some 1-mores early in the game that we missed. And then the second half, I felt like we moved the ball at a lot better pace and got open shots for each other at a lot better pace. And then in the second half, eventually they had to start to come get us, which got them in foul trouble and got us to the free throw line. And I thought we finished the game really well from the free throw line.
Finally, before we let you go, Coach, talk about what it means to you and your team to be here at the Norm Stewart Classic this weekend.
Well, it's been a great event. It's something that we always think about and want to get in. And we weren't scheduled to get in until late, and got a call last weekend that we got a chance to play CBC, and we're a game short on our schedule, and really wanted to get up here and play another Class 6 school. Play in Mizzou Arena, because you're going to have to play in a college arena if you get to the Final Four and want to do something in the Final Four. And then just the prestige and history and the Classic being after Norm Stewart, it was awesome for us to just be able to experience this, be in Mizzou Arena, and play against a St. Louis team that's a top team in the area.
Coach, we appreciate a few minutes of your time, and going to wrap things up here from Mizzou Arena. Kickapoo wins this one, 58-45. We still have one more game to go tonight here from Mizzou Arena, and that'll come up at the top of the hour. For Cam Thomas and Sarah Daly, John Edwards, wishing you a pleasant good evening from Mizzou Arena.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Yeah, my head's.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After 2 full days, 21 games, we have reached our final game of this 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. It is between the visiting team on the scoreboard, the Bruins of Bartlesville, and the home team, the Father's Home Cabin Trailblazers. Let's meet tonight's starting lineups first. On the visiting side of the scoreboard, the Bruins, and Palmer, a 6'4" senior.
Well, the final game of the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic at Mizzou Arena is upon us as we welcome you to Columbia, Missouri for a primetime matchup at 8 p.m. between the Tolton Trailblazers and the Bartsville Bruins. As we welcome you courtside, Cam Thomas alongside John Edwards. We'll welcome the third member of our crew, Sarah Daly, in just a moment. But, John, this is a premier matchup. We've got Tolton, the Trailblazers that have been state champions in the past, but they have ruled the city of Columbia as far as basketball is concerned, and they're welcoming an opponent in Bartsville that is unfamiliar, but they've got some big-time guys as well.
I think it's going to be a big-time clash between these two teams. We don't know much about the team out of Oklahoma, but we know enough about this Tolton team. We know the Tolton team from back in the days when the Porters were playing for us. That team alone has done nothing but draw interest to the program. And the program has gotten bigger and better and stronger year after year.
Yeah, of course, the Michael Porter Jr.'s family has had so much impact and so much prominence with this Tolton Trailblazer team in the past. Of course, they sponsor the team, as you'll see them wearing Puma jerseys, as well as the lineage of the family that has continued to have an impact in Columbia and an impact on the basketball scene here. And their little brother Isaac is still on this team and producing at a high level. So we'll see what this matchup turns into. When you look on the other side for Bartsville, they've got one of the top players in the 2024 class in David Castillo, the junior guard. Per his head coach, Clint Stewart, can do just about anything on the floor. He is explosive. He is their leader vocally, and they're going to lean on him a lot tonight to be able to bring some offensive prowess to this team. On the other side, we talked about Tolton a little bit in the open, John, but this is the first time that Jeremy Osborne, in his 5 years as the head coach at Tolton, has ever had a 3-game losing streak. So this is unfamiliar territory for this squad.
Yeah, it's, and you're going up against an opponent that you really don't know much about. It's got to be tough, especially when you talk about that 3-game losing streak.
Tolton will control the tip as Xavier Wilson, one of the top players in the 2025 class, will control the basketball. It's James Lee alongside Xavier Wilson, Blake Pinchton, Evans Apollon, Isaac Porter for Tolton. Michael Smith III, Adai Ayapian, David Castillo, Dayton McCall, and Caleb Rogers for Bartsville.
Foul real early in the game, just 22 seconds in the game, a little hand check.
And there's another one. Wilson on the carom got pushed by Michael Smith.
And 2 quick team fouls for Bartlesville.
As you hear the Tolton Trailblazer student section in full effect, they made the travel here to Mizzou Arena today. James Lee, kick it cross side for Isaac Porter. And that foul will go on Isaac Porter. It's his first, team's first.
We've played 38 seconds. We had 3 fouls. Not off to a good start. Both teams sat around all day today. Get ready for this one. Nice crowd on hand here in Mizzou Arena.
Drive, hang, fire, off back iron, missed, but David Castillo was fouled on the way to the cup.
Castillo with some size. 6'2" junior guard.
They've only played 3 games in this early going, has Bartlesville, but he has been their catalyst, averaging just north of 15 points per game coming into this matchup. Second free throw is good, and Bartlesville's out to an early 2-0 lead. Wilson pushing the tempo across the timeline. Will hand off to Lee. Changes direction. Lee to the cup. Left-handed layup. Oh, what a move.
Wow. James Lee hanging up there with the big fella from Bartlesville. Was able to put a wedge between him and the defender and lay one in.
You know, James Lee has really come into his own after transferring from a crosstown rival Battle. Has really found his niche on this Trailblazer squad. Inside, Cutter, McCall, denied. Wilson mans the point. Full head of steam, pull-up jumper, off back iron, no good. Apollon grabbed the rebound, then Porter settled. Gave off to Lee, straightaway 3, rims out. Tipped, and a foul. Over the back on Xavier Wilson.
Xavier Wilson over the back. Good basketball player, spent last year at Jefferson City, transferring in to play for Tolton.
Don't forget, Wilson's a coach's kid. His dad was the former interim head coach at Lincoln University this past season. Left wing, Castillo on the drive. Too short, Apollon rebound for the Trailblazers.
Apollon really changed the trajectory of that shot by Castillo.
Wilson trying to get to the cup, triple teamed, falls to the ground, and a jump basketball possession arrow back to the Bruins of Bartlesville. Seems early that Wilson has played a little bit out of control.
I think he's just trying to really dictate the pace that he's used to playing. But it's different. You're seeing an opponent that you haven't seen before, so you don't really get to prepare for a team like that.
Drive, baseline. And a good finish inside. Extend the lead to 3.
Castillo with the pure shot from the corner and knocks the 3 down.
Apollon enforcing his will and gets to the cup to finish 2.
Evans Apollon is a big young man.
Long 3, missed from the left wing. Back outside, Castillo has an answer from long range.
Also trying to get the ball into Apollon on this possession.
Wilson to the cup. Too short, but contact will allow him to go to the free throw line for 2.
I was watching Apollon kind of look at Xavier Wilson to say, hey, I'm going to back my shorter defender down. You could drive the basket to the hoop.
Wilson plays for the highly touted Mocan Elite EYBL club and has seen so many players from not only the state of Missouri but around the country see prominence going to the next level. And, you know, he's got some great talent. Been a great addition to this Tolton roster. First one goes, second one's golden. As Blake Pinchton went to the bench, Will Fretwell into the ball game for the Trailblazers. Castillo mans, guarded closely by Porter. Top of the key, Smith the third, pull up, blocked by Porter, but recollected and settled near the logo by Castillo. Nearing the under 4 immediate timeout. Ayapan on the drive, gets it stolen away. Wilson weaving through traffic, gives off to Lee, left-handed layup, yes.
Nice play, transition basketball, easy layup for Tolton.
Knotted up at 8-all as we near the halfway point of the first. This has been a run-and-gun ball game, and we expected nothing less. Castillo jump stops inside the lane, scoop to the cup, and is fouled on the way there.
Wasn't afraid. Castillo at 6'2", going at the 6'9", forward. Took a little forearm shiver to the chin.
They'll tack this on number 23, Will Fretwell. It's his first, team's fourth. Free throw up and good from Castillo. We'll see a substitution for the Bruins. Cooper Wood comes on. Caleb Rogers comes out. Still a nice, healthy crowd here on hand at Mizzou Arena for the final game of the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. And, boy, what a joy it's been to be alongside you, John. And these games have had so much more meaning because they're under the umbrella of Norm Stewart and Coaches versus Cancer.
Absolutely, and Tolton travels well. Nothing better to come to Mizzou Arena on a Saturday night. A little 30-minute drive up the roadway here.
Apollon lost it. Porter settled, and a step-back jumper from 13 feet is good. Knotted up at 10-all. Next stoppage will be our under 4 media timeout. Castillo lost it. Lee jumped the passing lane to the bucket. Finger roll, yes.
James Lee with some incredible speed he was behind the play, and he was able to make the reach and step in front of that pass and take it to the other end.
Bump up top will go on Isaac Porter. And with 3:24 to go in the first, we'll head to the under 4 immediate timeout with the Trailblazers leading by 2 at the break. Back with more from the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic from Mizzou Arena on Stadium.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Well, there's the Tolton Trailblazers cheerleaders that have made the trip here to Mizzou Arena, and they've also got a nice caravan of fans that are all dressed in their Christmas gear. As you take a look at them there, I mean, this is what high school basketball is all about. The fanfare, the environment, and the support of a hometown team.
I like the alligator slippers in the front row over there. Those are my favorite.
Well, there's a couple pair of them.
I might need to get a pair of those. Robes, alligator slippers. We got one in a turkey outfit.
3:24 to go here in this first quarter, and the Trailblazers hold on to a slim 2-point lead. It's been a back-and-forth affair, but we've seen David Castillo for Bartlesville show his prominence on the offensive end, but it's been a balanced attack for the Trailblazers. Blake Pinchton, check back in at the under 4 media timeout. Long three, white wing, no good from Ayapayan. End of the front court.
Pulling at a timeout, went zone. Gave him a little different look after the timeout.
Wilson being guarded by Castillo. Trying to penetrate. Now gives off to Fretwell. Spinning. Back towards the right baseline. Wilson tries to kick it in the left wing for Lee, and it goes out of bounds. Wilson feels uncomfortable here early in this first.
It's early. You got to settle into the game yet. Sent that one into the fifth row. That's all right. Nobody was there.
I'll tell you what, his teammates have been picking him up early and providing him with some support.
Staying in that zone. I think I've seen more zone basketball here this weekend than I have in 5 years.
Now you see most high school teams match up in the man. Hasn't been the case here. Castillo wide open for a tray. Off the mark. On the rebound, Wilson was fouled over the top by Michael Smith, the third. That's his second foul, team's fifth. Check that, team foul number 4. And Tolton will slow it down and run a half-court set. They get it to Pinchton. Of course, that's a familiar last name. This ball goes out of bounds off the hands of Fretwell. Head coach Robin Pinchton of the Missouri Tigers women's basketball team is in the crowd here to support her son.
Very familiar with the arena. I'm sure that he's shot here many, many times.
Yeah, the women play tomorrow in the bragging rights game right here at Mizzou Arena at 4 p.m. Under 2 to play here in the first. Bartlesville trying to find a way to get back in front. Ayapan underneath, too short. Lee to push the other way for Tolton. Right wing, Wilson, pull up 3, too short. Rebound, leak out to Castillo, up ahead. Summer, easy layup for 2.
You could tell that he felt uncomfortable on that 3. It's something that we mention almost every game. We talk about depth perception for shooters. I think that was a problem for Wilson on that last 3.
As you take a look at the replay there, pushed ahead, an easy finish, as the Bruins have liked to get out in transition early. Full court pressure from Tolton. Across for Castillo. Jump stops near the logo. Tries to hang and finish, but misses. Lee, right wing. Wilson will try another 3. This one rims out. And he just can't find the bottom of the net early. And the possession arrow will go in favor of the Bruins.
Ball was just tipped out of bounds. There's no possession arrow.
That's why I got a good partner next to me. Sees what I don't sometimes.
It's tough because you're looking over the top of a monitor. I understand.
That's Clint Stewart, head coach of the Bartlesville Bruins. He said, look, before the game, we're 1-2. We're trying to find what's going to work with us. And obviously it keys off Castillo, but this is a game where they can figure out their identity because they don't know much about their opponent in total.
You know, a lot of teams and a lot of coaches we talked to here this week, Cam, all the coaches have said the same thing. We're all looking for an identity. And it's, you know, it holds true because you're still in December and you've only been playing basketball 2.5 weeks. Your season's only 2.5 weeks old.
Ball lost here near side. And we'll see where the possession goes back to. I believe it was knocked out of bounds by Tolton, so it'll stay right here with the Bruins. Riley Dong looking to check in. He'll come in for Dayton McCall. .9 to go in the first. Should be the last possession of the quarter. Castillo guarded face-to-face by Wilson. Looking for a screen. Gets around it. Kicks it into the corner. Drive. Duong. Left corner. Ayapan. A three. Too short. Rebound pinched in. And that's how the first quarter comes to a close. Knotted up at 12 all as we roll on with the final game of the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic from Mizzou Arena. It's been a fast-paced first between the Tolton Trailblazers and the Bartlesville Bruins.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
Start of the second quarter here at Mizzou Arena, the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. Tie ball game between Bartlesville and Tolton, and our all-star sideline reporter, Sarah Daly, is courtside. Sarah?
As we enter the second quarter, guys, take a look at the depth that's on the bench for Bartlesville. They're 17 deep, and they don't have any freshmen. They're sophomore, juniors, and seniors. They're 7 seniors, to be exact. If you look over at Tolton, they're only 11 deep, and they have 1 freshman. So there's a lot of opportunity for Bartlesville to get some of that energy replaced and capitalize on that, where Tolton doesn't have the same depth of players. Back to you.
Watch out, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. There's some big-time energy from the Bruins. Ayapan getting in the mix and getting the steal for the finish.
She almost took the charge down in the block down there for a second.
Sarah's been in the mix on a couple physical plays so far this evening, so we got to keep her safe over there. But she's right. I mean, this Bartlesville Bruins team has traveled a ton, but they do rely on their big man. Castillo, through traffic, finish could not be made. Inside, Apollon. Wilson a three. Rims around the cup and out, but look who's there to mop up the mess, Mr. Will Fretwell.
Fretwell was able to get position and put it home off the rebound.
You can hear the Tolton crowd cheering on their squad. Right corner wing three from Duong, no good. Fight for the rebound collected by Lee. 2-on-2. Puts it in the left wing. Isaac Porter will try a three. Too long. Rebound Castillo. Full head of steam. Left wing. Huang a three. No.
I like the up and down action early.
Jeremy Osborne for Tolton says, hey, let's slow it down. And he'll give him a set play from the sideline. Interesting numbers coming into this quarter. David Castillo for the Bruins with 10 of the team's first 14 points, while the scoring attack has been balanced for Tolton. 6 from James Lee, 2 from Xavier Wilson, 2 from Evans Apollon, 2 from Isaac Porter. So take a look at the tumble on the replay. You'll get Tolton to inbound underneath. Xavier Wilson will key it in. Lee will try a 3. Spotted up from the left wing, no good. Huang, a 3. Too short. Rebound, Apollon. He's got some real long arms, and that extension just helps so much with that 6'9" frame.
No shit.
Lee kicks to Porter, drives baseline. Sharing the basketball around the three-point line. Back to Porter for a 3. Too short. Rebound, Wilson. Saved it. And then a Bruin threw it off his body, so possession goes to the Bruins.
Teams just trying to find their shooting rhythm here. A lot of misses, 0 for 5 in that first quarter for Tolton from behind the arc. Under 50%.
Xavier Wilson will get a breather. Andrew Fallis, the senior 5'10" guard, will come on to play alongside James Lee in the front court. Ball game tied at 14-all. Castillo trying to change that. Gets Apollon in the air. Tries Huang for another 3. Too strong. That's 3 straight misses for Huang. He just can't find the bottom of the net here early.
Porter was out on that one, contended the shot. Maybe Huang had to go dig a little deeper for that one and get it up over Porter, who was coming out to block it.
Pinchton looking to check in at the next available timeout for Tolton. Porter on the drive, floater, no good. Grabs his own rebound, put back, yes.
It's a lot of young man to try to move through there. You're going to have to get some bodies on him.
Senior 6'5" forward. The youngest of the Porter bunch on the boys' side. As Castillo takes a 3 from the left wing. No. Rebound. Rogers outside Huang. A 3. No. Another miss for Riley Duong.
I like the fact, though, when he has an open shot, he continues to take it.
Takes us to the under 4 media timeout. Tolton still hanging on to a 2-point lead in the final game of the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic at Mizzou Arena. We're back in a bit with more of the action.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Take a look at the Tolton Trailblazers fans that have traveled to Mizzou Arena, showing some school pride and excited for the Christmas season as you see a lot of the holly jolly gear in the crowd. And John saw some of the gear over there that he likes and even got some Will Ferrell on the pants over there.
I'm telling you, like, growing up, I wish I had some of the swag these kids have.
Yeah. Well, the Class 4, District 9, 5-time champs in the last 7 years, Tolton Catholic Trailblazers are leading by 2 over the Bartsville Bruins. And they've done so with a balanced attack, as 2 of their key starters, Xavier Wilson and Evans Apollon, are on the bench right now. So it's Porter alongside Fallis and James Lee to lead the charge. On the drive, Isaac Porter working through contact. And ball went out of bounds. So possession will stay with Tolton. Fallis goes to the bench. Xavier Wilson comes back on. Lee trying to get it in. Finally does to Wilson. Wilson got it poked away. Now recollects. Bruins matching up. Donovan Tolson gets a touch. Wilson drives baseline, hangs, misses. Tolson on the putback, he missed. Then Wilson got a hand on it on the tip, and a foul after the rebound. It goes on Isaac Porter.
Porter didn't like the call. Now he's talking to the official.
Well, he's upset because he didn't think that he got the over the back, and the foul brings Tolton to the limit, shooting a 1-and-1 now for the Bartsville Bruins. Dayton McCall, the senior, will head to the free throw line, while Will Fretwell will check back in for Isaac Porter. First free throw rattles out, and Fretwell collects to give off to Wilson. Haven't seen much production from Blake Pinchton so far tonight as he dips one inside for Tolson. Almost lost it, but got it back out to Lee. Fretwell will face up a 3. Way too short for an air ball. McCall pushes it up ahead. Saved on the inline by Smith III, but Fretwell will let it go out of bounds. A ton of chaos on the last back and forth there, but finally ball goes back into the hands of Tolton.
A lot of back and forth action through this first half. Got to appreciate the energy that both of these teams are bringing to the court tonight.
Wilson, backdoor, Pinchton, one dribble, puts it up, rattles out, Apollon put back, yes. Evans Apollon has really come into his own this year, being the leader on the interior after the departure of Javon Porter last season.
Apollon's a big guy. Bartlesville has no one that can stand with him down on that low block.
They get it to him at the block. Back outside Pinchton. He pulls up from 5 feet. No good. Lee saves it on the inline near the Bruins bench. And Pinchton gets it back out with 2 minutes to play in the second. Jeremy Osborne wants a timeout to talk it over. So with 2 minutes to go here in this second quarter, Osborne saw something that warranted the timeout. Bartlesville, after getting out to that fast start in the first, has seen a little bit of a lull in this quarter and
it's really been the defense of Tolton that has forced the ball out of the hands of David Castillo and has forced some of the other characters on this Bruins roster to try to step up and make a difference. I always like to highlight the fact that the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic is an event that brings so many people together, but it brings them together for a good cause. Of course, Coaches versus Cancer, something that Norm Stewart himself has been a part of since its inception, and something that's near and dear to his heart due to his battle with cancer back during his coaching days. And John, it's just so great to see a great portion of the proceeds go to Coaches versus Cancer and see so many people here supporting the cause.
Coach Stewart's still sitting courtside in his chair. He and his wife are here enjoying the final games of the night. And another successful weekend, really, and that's really what it's all about, is the success of the weekend. And, you know, it's one of those achievements you love to see as you get a look at Coach Stewart and his wife sitting on the sideline.
Back to the action. Lee on the drive. Baseline. Hangs and finishes. Lead now out to 2 possessions for the Trailblazers. Here's Castillo. In the left corner, he's doubled. Drives baseline, floats it up, no good. Off the hands of a Bruin. Last touch by Jack Wall. And Tolton will have the basketball underneath with 1:34 to play second quarter.
Tolton in his quarters really taken away Castillo and forcing Bartlesville to use someone else on the floor. They just can't buy a bucket. Only 2 points in the quarter for the Bruins.
Oh, nice backdoor find, but Blake Pinston couldn't finish. But the putback foul. Evans Apollon on the way to the rim. You know, it's always tough for a team to come from out of town and plan for a trip like this. They didn't have some of the issues that some of the other teams had as far as having to play one of the overnight games, but to play a late game on a Saturday night and get your team up and ready to go, it seems like the Bruins are having just a little bit of a struggle finding their identity early.
Yeah, it's tough, especially when you have a day to travel.
Poked away by Wilson. Jam time up ahead.
And he even blew a tire midway through that take to the basket. He slipped near the foul line and didn't know if he was going to get to the rim.
First bucket of the night in this second quarter for Xavier Wilson. He's now got 4. And a foul as the Bruins were looking to attack.
Get a look at this take. Wilson definitely got the arm on the take.
Yeah, you're going to get called for that every single time. Yapin at the line, missed the first. Couple of substitutions. Chance Summer will come on for the Bruins. And Grant Clark will await to check in for the shooter.
Iapin's just having a tough night from the floor. Can't get anything to fall at this point.
That one hits off the back
taking
iron.
a donut in the first half.
Lee slowly brings it up court. Osborne may want his Trailblazers to hold for one shot. Instead, Wilson drives to the cup and floats up from 8 feet for the finish.
Back-to-back baskets for him. Maybe that gets him going.
He's now got 6. Towards the Tolton bench, the Bruins were trapped, and Clint Stewart called a timeout with 17.6 to go here in the second. But the lead now is extended out to 11.
It's a low output quarter. They only scored 2 points in the quarter. They've been limited to shots. When they've gotten to the free throw line, they haven't made anything.
Now, it was 12-12 after the end of the first quarter, and it seemed like it was a back and forth affair in the first, but this second quarter has really shown the prominence of this Tolton team and that their guard play is really going to go toe-to-toe with David Castillo.
And they've matched up well against Castillo.
So it seems like we'll get to have an opportunity to have Sarah chat with Jeremy Osborne as he heads to the locker room with his team trying to protect an 11-point lead right now, but a possession upcoming. Clark will key it in. It's Castillo to bring it across the timeline at the logo, guarded by Lee. Looking to penetrate down to 10 seconds. Now down to 5. Back to Castillo. He's double teamed. Trying to get through traffic. Bounce pass right block. Denied by Apollon, but fouled. Caleb Rogers with 0.5 seconds to go. If you're the Bruins, this is exactly what you wanted, an opportunity to cut the lead to single digits heading into the halftime break.
Got to make him first. And the lid's been closed at that end of the court.
First one rims out. Second one on its way. It's golden. Half-court heave from Wilson. Off the mark. Well, it's a 10-point lead for the Tolton Trailblazers over the visiting Bartsville Bruins as they head into the halftime break, leading by 10. And we'll have Sarah Daly courtside to talk to Jeremy Osborne as his team looks to break a 3-game losing skid. Over to you, Sarah.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Coach, tied at 12, and then now you're heading into the second quarter. You're 11 points up. What do you have to maintain or improve on to make sure that you take a victory here tonight?
Well, I think we've done a decent job on the glass and limited them to one-shot possessions. Tim's a heck of a player, and you got to locate and know where he's at all times. I thought our guys have tried to run when we can, and we've been opportunistic. We just got to do a better job executing on the offensive end.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Great comments from Jeremy Osborne. He'll have some adjustments to make in the halftime period, and I'm sure Clint Stewart will as well. As you take a look at the Tolton Trailblazers band that has given a little halftime performance. We'll step aside for a short break. You're watching the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic from Mizzou Arena on Stadium.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy!
To infinity and beyond!
Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Sponsored by your local law enforcement.
Yes!
Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. So grab your family and friends and boogie on down to a plunge near you. It's time to get freezing for a reason. Wait, where is Shiver Bear? To find out how you can get involved, visit somo.org/plunge.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Welcome back to Mizzou Arena in Como for the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. We are in the final game of the tournament. And boy, what a joy it's been to be here alongside John Edwards, Sarah Daly, our entire crew. to have an opportunity to not only showcase some great high school basketball talent, but to do it for a great cause in Coaches versus Cancer.
Oh, absolutely. And the crowds have been nice all weekend. Student support has been great, of course. And, you get a chance to see that Tolton's band is here. Coach Pitchton walking over and saying hello to some people here. And so wearing her Tolton basketball shirt, something you probably don't get to see very often when you're a head coach of a major D1 basketball program, because you're here and you don't get very many nights off, and you got a game tomorrow.
Right, yeah, tomorrow they play the Fighting Illini at 4 p.m. right here on Norm Stewart's court for the 2022 bragging rights game on the women's side. But we've got a ball game right here that is creating some space as far as Tolton is concerned, leading 25-15, and they've done a really good job of controlling this game and using turnovers to turn into buckets.
Yeah, you heard Coach Osborne saying that his team has limited the opportunities. Well, Bartlesville has only scored 3 points in that second quarter. Not a really good, strong shooting performance here in this first half. When you're shooting the way you are, you need 3 buckets the whole first half, and you're not going to win many games. But when you're unfamiliar with your settings and you come here, you get a 20-minute warm-up, and that's all you get. You got to come out and play a game. It's a little tough.
We'll dive into the numbers right after the break, and it'll tell the story of why Tolton leads by 10. Back after this, the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic right here on Stadium.
Starting to get a headache.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
Woo!
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
What a beautiful view of Norm Stewart's court at Norm Stewart's Classic. It's the 2022 version here at Mizzou Arena as the Tolton Trailblazers lead by 10 over the visiting Bartlesville, Oklahoma Bruins.
It's a tough one.
Yeah,
especially when you don't say it very often.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the tough play that's happened on the hardwood in the first half. And Tolton has just used so much of their speed and agility to get turnovers and turn it into buckets.
4 steals in the first half for Tolton. Really, they turn into points right away for them. And, if you look at what's going on in that first half, I mean, took a little while for Xavier Wilson to get going. Somebody outside play. Another steal by Xavier Wilson. Steal from behind from Bartlesville. One of the rare opportunities that they had in transition basketball. And get a look at, hopefully in the second half you can get David Castillo going. He never came off the court. And you look at how they shot in that first half. 4 of 21. Bartlesville, 18%, 3-pointers. And it's a rough night shooting, but on the other side, not much better from Tolton. Below 50% for the game. Rebound advantage, Tolton 26-10, and that's a significant number to offset a deficit when you're down He only scored 3 points in the quarter.
Well, I think one of the reasons why you see that plus 16 margin in the rebounding category is because of the length. I mean, when you've got a guy like Evans Apollon that's 6'9", and the tallest guy on the Bruins team is 6'10", Dayton McCall. I mean, he's just been a little bit more powerful inside.
Yeah. If you look at the site, you're talking about the size. I mean, Apollon, his wingspan is ginormous. Not very, and it changes shots for the other team.
We'll step aside, and Sarah will have Clint Stewart of the Bartlesville Bruins right after this. The 2022 Norm Stewart Classic continues on Stadium next.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Sponsored by your local law enforcement. Yes! Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State. So grab your family and friends and boogie on down to a plunge near you. It's time to get freezing for a reason. Wait, where is Shiver Bear? To find out how you can get involved, visit somo.org/plunge.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
2022 Norm Stewart Classic, third quarter getting underway, and Sarah's courtside with Clint Stewart of Bartlesville.
Coach, we were knotted at 12 after the first quarter and then only 3 points in the second quarter. What did you renegotiate or redirect for your players in the locker room to approach this third and fourth quarter?
Yeah, well, we had some shots. We got to shoot the ball with confidence. I said we've been making them in practice all week, and so stepping up and believing in it and shooting it with confidence, getting in the paint, stopping on two, going through contact so we can score the ball. So we got to do that better in the second half. Pacing's kind of going back and forth really quick, rebounds. What was your direct message on that? Well, I think right now, they're controlling the pace, and we want to play a little bit faster. So we got to get a good job of getting stops first so that we can get out and run and push the basketball and get easier shots at the rim. All right, thank you very much, Coach. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great comments there from Clint Stewart of Bartlesville. And it's one thing to be able to have the conversation at halftime, but it's another thing to implement it. And I think that's one of the issues that he's had, is that Tolton has enforced their will. We'll see what happens to start this second half and if any changes are made. But I'll tell you one thing, they've got to shoot the ball better from the field. 19% is not going to cut it.
Well, you heard the coach saying that he wants his team to shoot with confidence. I mean, I feel like they've been shooting the ball, but they're just not falling into the hoop.
You take a look at the numbers. David Castillo led all scorers in the first half with 10. 2 points for Ayapin and 2 points for Chance Summer. 1 for Caleb Rogers. That's the bulk of the scoring. So they start the quarter with their 5. Michael Smith the third. Ayapin, David Castillo, Dayton McCall, and Caleb Rogers. McCall handling the basketball. Pull up. Castillo rattles it home.
Thought Ayapin had an opportunity to take a shot there. He picked up his dribble, and he found a wide open Castillo.
Wilson started to pick things up for Tolton towards the end of the second quarter. He finds his way to the cup, hangs and hits. Steal on the inbound. James Lee contorts in the air and finishes the finger roll.
Picked off the inbounds pass, and a quick turnover turns into 2 more points for Tolton.
I'll tell you what, the guard play for the Trailblazers is
incredible. Castillo, NBA 3 range, dead eye.
Shot that from the edge of the logo.
And the lead is cut to 9. But it's been off the back of Castillo. He's got 5 third-quarter points in this first minute 14, while Tolton has answered with a couple of buckets using their offensive presence. I mean, just look at this.
And you want to talk about deep and showing some range. He's got some range. Didn't look forced. It looked pretty natural to me.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons he is the number 1 player in the 2024 class. I mean, this guy is getting looks from every Power 5 school you can think of.
The question is, could this team, who hasn't won a state championship since 1992, jump on his shoulders to get back to the promised land?
Pinchton, pull up. Yes. We've seen him use that pull up a couple of times tonight, but that's the first time we've seen it go through the nets.
Good spot from inside the 15-foot mark.
Left wing, Ayapa and a 3. Still can't hit. Put back. Yes. Caleb Rogers to mop up the mess.
One of the few times they've been able to get an offensive rebound against Tolton.
Apollon puts it on the deck, missed it, puts it back, and hits.
And I'd like to see him, off that entry pass, just put it up, not put it to the floor.
Castillo in transition 3, no. Rebound, Smith the third. Penetrating, now giving to McCall, left wing. Up and under, Ayapin can't hit. He has had so many struggles tonight around the rim. Castillo jumps the passing lane. Pull up, no. Rebound, put back, McCall, no. He chases it down, gives it back to Castillo. Step back 3, left wing, no. Here comes James Lee, full head of steam the other way for Tolton. Swinging in the corner. Pinchton, 3. Bullseye! Blake Pinchton, the son of the head coach of the University of Missouri Tigers, knocks it down right in front of where mom's sitting.
Nice play. He was able to square his shoulders, step into it.
And it's a 14-point lead for Tolton. Can they add to it under 5 minutes to play? Third foul for Xavier Wilson. And it comes on a charge.
Yeah, watch him just put the shoulder down, leaned into the defender. And they had a hard time getting Wilson into the game. Now he's got 3 fouls.
But they're going to trust him to stay in the ball game. Smith, fade away. Yes, that's a good finish.
Finished over the top of Isaac Porter. Spun around a couple times. I was waiting for the whistle blow 3-second call, but
that's 6'4", finishing over 6'6". Tried to leak it out to Castillo. He lost it, recollects it. Floats it up. Alley finished by Smith the third.
This up and down game. Could Bartlesville get into it a little bit?
Under 4, media timeout. The lead was as much as 14 for Tolton. Now cut back to 10 as Jeremy Osborne has some coaching to do to keep his team in the mix. But Bartlesville has used the play of David Castillo to run the pace of the offense.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, Then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are...
10-point lead with 3:59 to go in the third at the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic right here on Stadium. It's played on Norm Stewart's court at Mizzou Arena. Still got a healthy crowd on hand. Cam Thomas alongside John Edwards. Sarah Daly is our sideline reporter. We'll get to hear from her in just a few minutes. But John, the lead was as much as 14 in this quarter for Bartlesville, and Tolton just has eliminated any chance that they'll come back.
Yep, you look at what they're doing. They get the ball right down on the low block to Iopin after giving up a couple of buckets in a row, and they send it right back inside. Give it to the big man. Why not? This wraps up 3 straight weekends of continuous basketball. We had the Sophie Cunningham a few weeks ago over at Columbia College.
Yeah, great event.
First year for that event. And then we had the 48 hours of basketball down in Springfield last weekend. That was played at one of the centers down in Springfield. And we finish up with this, the Norm Stewart Classic.
11-point lead for Tolton. Push it ahead. Here's McCall. Bounce pass it left wing. Ayapin into the lane. Smith the third going to work. Nice finish through contact.
Bartlesville looking to push the tempo a little bit.
Outlet to Pinkston. Now to Apollon. And Ayapin on the bump on the Wilson drive.
Ayapin pleading his case that he got his arm grabbed. Get a look right there. Maybe he was right by looking at that replay. Wilson had a good grip on his hand there. But the officiating crew has been great here all weekend. Sarah Daly ducking for cover.
She's had to stay out of harm's way a couple of times tonight.
Had a target on herself, I think.
Left wing, 3, no good from Fallis. And a foul on the floor on the Ayapin drive.
Was watching behind the play what was going on between Ayapin and Cooper Wood. 2 big guys. Ayapin has some height on him. Nothing but a little sportsmanship between the two.
Oh, yeah. Castillo looking to go one-on-one on Pinkston. He gets around him, has an open lane, pulls up at the SEC logo, missed it on the ground, poked out of bounds, last touch by Castillo. Tolton will take over. Wilson goes to the bench. Isaac Porter comes back on.
Tolton goes big here in the latter stages of the third quarter. 9-point lead.
Nice find, but Lee couldn't finish.
And you can't miss the bunny there. You got to drain it.
Pull up, Smith, no. Rebound, Apollon. He swarmed on the carom and fouled on the reach-in. Lee goes middle to Porter, back to Fallis, floats it up for Apollon. Can't get the first attempt, second attempt, and a foul. Thought they may have called a jump basketball. Instead, they'll get Cooper Wood on the touch.
Remember I was talking about how you shouldn't put the ball on the floor? Got that entry pass and should just put it in.
Yeah.
Instead, put the ball on the floor, drew 3 defenders to him.
When you're that big, just go straight up.
Just go straight up.
Yep.
Can't blow the bunny in there.
Lead inbound underneath. And that foul will go on Michael Smith. It's his third. And on the inbound, Fallis was trying to take a 3, but a foul underneath. That goes on Pinchton.
No, it was actually Iop, and he got tangled up with Wood underneath the basket. Grabbed him by the arm. Like to shoo him off like a mosquito.
Under 2 to play in the third. Apollon trying to contest Cooper Wood, but Cooper Wood finishes. Pinchton, ball fake, into the corner. Porter looked like he pushed off with the arm. Instead, block on Dayton McCall.
Yeah, well, it could go either way.
Yeah,
there.
It's a 50-50. Let's take a second look at it.
And it was funny because when the whistle blew there, Porter thought the foul was going to be on him. He had that look on his face like, no.
So Isaac Porter, the younger brother of Michael Porter Jr. with the Denver Nuggets, Coben Porter, who is in the NCAA, and Javon Porter, who's playing at Pepperdine. And this lineage of Porters that have played at a high level, it just continues with Isaac and then his little sister that's at Rockbridge right now.
Yeah, they played last night here on Norm Stewart Court. Played a really nice game in the victory last night.
She was our Gary Filbert player of the game. Ayapin tries a 3 from the right wing. He just can't catch a break tonight. He is 0 for all night long. Lee on the drive, trying to penetrate baseline and gets bumped. That foul goes on number 23, Cooper Wood. Nearing a minute to go here in the third. Still a 3-possession game as Castillo takes a step back 3 way off right of the iron. Ball on the floor, saved, given to Michael Smith of Bartlesville, and Ayapin is fouled on the way to the cup. He'll go to the line for 2. I will tell you what, the physicality in this game, John, is really starting to pick up.
Especially in the latter stages of this contest. And Ayapin finally buys himself a bucket.
First free throw's good. Second one is on the way, and it's a 2-possession game. Tolton led by as much as 14 in this quarter. Now it's been cut down to 6.
Bartlesville made this an ugly basketball game.
Full court pressure coming from them. Porter, cross court to Fallis. Trying to drive, gets it inside. Now back out. They reset. Lee, pull-up jumper from 12. No good. Ayapin rebound. Floated ahead. Michael Smith, the third, to the rack. No. Rebound Ayapin. He saved it, but gave to a Trailblazer. James Lee's got 2-on-1 and is fouled by Wood on the floor.
I give Ayapin credit. He gets the steal, gets the ball up court, maybe a little too far ahead of Michael Smith. And in doing so, Smith had to change his running pattern, I guess.
Yep. And
in doing so, he misses the layup. Ayapin gets to the rebound, and he throws the ball away.
First half of the 1-and-1 for James Lee is good. Lee now into double figures after that last free throw. What a job he's done in the last couple of years assimilating to this Tolton roster after being the man at Battle his freshman and sophomore year. Played his freshman season under Brian Minnie, Missouri Hall of Fame coach, who is now the athletic director at Missouri Military Academy. Down to 5 seconds. Castillo double team, spins inside the lane, floats, trying to finish. Too strong. That's how the third quarter comes to a close. It's an 8-point lead for the Tolton Trailblazers, and they got the support of their hometown crowd, trying to bring it home for their final game of the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic, but they've got the Bruins on their heels. Fourth is coming up next from Mizzou Arena.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
Fourth quarter on its way from Mizzou Arena. The 2022 Norm Stewart Classic is winding on down as the Tolton Trailblazers lead by 8 over the Bartlesville Bruins. Take a look at some of the numbers through 3 quarters. David Castillo, the #1 ranked player in the state of Oklahoma in the 2024 class, with 15 points on 4 rebounds and 2 assists on 4 of 16 shooting. 6 points for Michael Smith the second. That's the top leading scorers for Bartlesville. For Tolton, 14 points for James Lee, 8 for Evans Apollon, and 6 for Xavier Wilson. Lee handling the ball out of the break. Pull-up jumper from the left elbow. Yes.
How about Tolton, 1 of 11 from behind three-point line. Bartlesville, 3 of 16.
Lead now out to 10. Ball out of bounds. Inbound will come from the Bruins. In that third quarter,
They started to shoot the ball a little bit better to Bartlesville. 7 of 17 after the third quarter of play. They were 3 of 12 after the first. Foul called on number 33, Donovan Tolson, on the drive from Cooper Wood. If you want to cut this deficit, you are going to have to hit the easy ones at the charity stripe. Apollon will come on. Fallis heads off. Benston makes a late second substitution for Donovan Tolson. Second one is good. Lead down to 9. Full court pressure from the Bruins. Trailblazers get it across the timeline. Lost it. Luckily, it fell in the hands of Porter. Inside, Apollon. Nice drop step move through contact. Couldn't finish, but the free throw line is where he'll head.
Apollon definitely wanted to finish in that one. You could see he had that look of determination on his face when he spun around. He just wanted to spin and put it up to the rack.
First free throw, no good. Second one. Yep. Back to 10. Seems like we've landed here a couple of times in this second half, John.
Yeah, I think Bartlesville made its run, and I think that it's kind of petered out at this point. Defensive pressure a little too much. No secondary scoring.
There's some scoring from Wiley Duong. Finally hits a long-range jumper, and that's what they needed to get out of the lull. Porter gets the cross-court pass from Lee. Now Pinchton with some crafty moves to get inside the lane. Ball fake. Lee working through contact, and he's bumped by Caleb Rogers.
Good take on the baseline by James Lee. No quit from the Bartlesville team, though.
Lee missed the first. Second one missed as well. Lead steady at 7. Haven't seen Castillo get as many touches here in the last couple of minutes. Ayapa and straightaway 3, too short.
They want him to keep shooting those.
I think the piece of it is, and you saw Clint Stewart on the sideline yell it, they're too far behind the line.
Well, they're shooting well behind the college three-point line.
Yeah.
Ayapa just can't buy a bucket. When he sees the video of this game coming up.
Oh, baby! Evans Apollon brought the house down off the assist from James Lee. And the Tolton Trailblazer crowd is feeling that one. Look at the big fella bring it down.
Oh, that was a fun one.
Tolton fans were looking for that one all night long. They finally got it.
Pushes the lead back out to 9 with 5:41 to go in this game.
And I had said that they were coming up empty. They kind of made another push again, and then lead goes back to 9.
Well, they're trying to bring home a victory. I am just so amazed at that crowd that has come out to support this Father Tolton team that has had some mishaps over the last couple of games. They lost 3 straight ball games, starting with Blue Valley Northwest back on the 8th. Lost to Kickapoo and Bentonville West on the 9th and the 10th. And talking to Jeremy Osborne before this game, he said, look, this is one of the first times I can remember in my head coaching career that I've had 3 straight losses. So they're trying to pick up a win here before they head to Bishop DeBerg on Monday.
And that should be a pretty easy game on Monday.
But that's the final game for those guys until after the winter break. For Bartlesville, this is only their 3rd game of the year. And they've had some scheduling issues, said Clint Stewart. But they're trying to find a couple of more games to pick up before the winter break. If not, they start with their conference schedule back in Tulsa on the 3rd of January. Strong, emphatic drive by David Castillo to silence the noise and bring the lead back to 7.
They need more of that. They need to get more screens so Castillo can shake himself open.
He's got 17 now to lead all scorers. Apollon, drop step, left-handed hook. Oh, that is professional.
I honestly thought she should have put it to the floor and sent it to the rack, but, well, shows that he's got some range.
Yeah, he wants to mix it up. Maybe if there's any college coaches in the crowd to watch him.
There might be a couple.
There have been a few throughout the weekend. Huang, 3 from the left wing, no. Rebound, Rogers, put back, handled on the rebound from Apollon. Haven't seen Xavier Wilson much in this 4th quarter.
Apollon with a double-double tonight.
He gets the ball towards the right elbow. Finds his way to the cup. Bumped. No call. And Donovan Tolson grabbed the arm of Michael Smith in transition. Brings in Blake Pinchton alongside Will Fretwell. Fallis goes to the bench, and so does Tolson. And it looks like Xavier Wilson will check back in.
You ask and you shall receive.
Interesting, as we take a look at the benches again, they only go 3 deep for Tolton, and you've seen a mix of about 10 in tonight for the Bruins. Long 3, right wing, Castillo, no. Fight for it, near side, gives it back to Tolton.
Good hustle by Michael Smith there, trying to keep the ball alive for his team.
We appreciate good hustle on this podcast.
Another sub coming in. Dayton McCall will come in for Wiley Duong. And James Lee will key it in for Tolton. Gets to Fretwell. Back to Lee. Pushes ahead. 2-on-1. Pinchton up ahead. Tried to alley it to Apollon, but McCall got in the way.
Apollon was too far behind the defender to try to get in front of it to put it in.
Smith spinning through traffic, missed it. McCall saved it. Gave to Yapin. Now back to Castillo. Down by 9, under 4 to play. And Castillo bumped by Fretwell. That'll take us to our final media timeout of the ball game. 9-point lead for Tolton over Bartlesville with 3:39 to go in the game.
The Trailblazers set up Evans Apollon for a big-time jam. He's got a double-double, and the big man has brought it to the big stage.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
Hi, I am Special Olympics Missouri CEO Larry Linthicum, and this is my good friend Shiver Bear. It's time to get groovy. Our disco-themed polar plunges are the perfect way to support Special Olympics Missouri. Choose from 10 funky and frigid bodies of water this January, February, and March. Proceeds support thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout the Show Me State.
Yes!
Wait, where is Shiver Bear?
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
(47-38), Tolton up by 9 as the fourth quarter ready to roll on from Missouri Arena. The 2022 Norm Stewart Classic in its final game of the three-day event. We started on Thursday evening, went up until the midnight hour, took a little bit of a break, and restarted at 10 a.m., and we've been going since 10 a.m. yesterday. The overnight games were exciting. Had some of the premier matchups in the state earlier today, and now the final matchup features Bartlesville and David Castillo at the line to cut it to a 7-point lead. Lee in transition goes up and down with it, but the ball came out of his hands and was touched by a Bruin. Wilson being guarded by Ayapin. And a timeout, Jeremy Osborne. Didn't like what he saw, and you can hear him emphatically saying, you guys aren't talking enough. We need to communicate on offense.
Yeah, it wasn't happy with that. I mean, they tried to utilize the guards on the inbound, and it didn't work out, and everybody stood still and watched from that point forward. Bartlesville's head coach is trying to figure out why that wasn't a jump ball.
And I think the official on the far side is telling him that there was a little bit of a break between possession and that the ball came out as Lee was coming back to the ground. So Tolton will keep the possession up by 7.
Now the officials are talking.
So you wonder if they're just trying to make sure they're all on the same page, but doubt that the call or the decision will change. That student section still effective, rowdy, and trying to support their Trailblazers and will them to a victory. As we mentioned earlier, trying to break a 3-game losing skid. So would love to get on the right track before they get into conference play on Monday.
AAA conference. Going to be an offensive foul.
Yep. Apollon just too much of a shove on the screen.
Get a look here. Apollon, little two-hand shove. Iapin sold it a little bit.
Castillo one-on-one with Lee, grabs the screen, fighting through traffic, way off on the attempt, but last touch by a Trailblazer. Give it to McCall. Iapin. Now to Castillo off the curl. 3-ball, no good. Rebound, pinballs around. And a foul called underneath. It'll go on the Bruins. Number 11, Dayton McCall will pick it up.
It's definitely a size mismatch underneath.
And remember, Bartlesville now into the bonus, so the double bonus will force them to go to the line for 2. Apollon missed the first free throw. Second one on the way, missed. It's been something he's been trying to improve over the last year, being better with free throws. Castillo lost it on the drive. Smith picked it up, and Apollon gets called for the foul. The crowd behind us is not happy because it's his 5th. That can change the complexion of this 2:35 left on the game clock.
That would require Bartlesville to actually make some shots here.
Well, Smith's at the free throw line to shoot a pair. And these are 2 big free throws because we're getting into crunch time, John. So Fretwell came on for Apollon. First free throw missed. He can still cut it to a 2-possession lead with a free throw made here.
Need to get a stop here on the defensive end after his free throw, and he missed
it.
That's big.
Oh, my goodness. Lee gives it middle for Wilson. Underneath Fretwell. Lee on the drive. Too short. Rebound Castillo. Here they go. Quick pace the other way. Kicks it in the corner. One more pass. Huang from the right wing. No. Rebound Smith the third. Put back. Missed. Lee with the outlet. And bumped by Iapin down the right sideline.
Big miss by Bartlesville at that end of the court.
They needed that bad.
I mean, you can't get any more open of a look. Duong had a perfect opportunity to get back into this game with 2 minutes plus to go. Both teams struggling down the stretch from the stripe.
Yeah.
This has been a high-impact game for both of these teams. This is a game, one of those ugly games. There's no up and down. You make you work both sides of the court. A little tiresome on the legs. You're chasing around all night long. Pressure.
Clint Stewart saying, let's go. We don't have a lot of time. Down by 8. 3-possession game with under 2 to play. Iapin, right wing, gave it up. Jumped the passing lane. Now Wilson's got to go chase it down. Saved it to Fallis, and he got the layup to go. What a play.
Nice play by him. Poor defense by Michael Smith, who just moved out of the way.
Iapin
behind him to see if anybody was trailing.
Take a second look at it here. And this is the last play. Iapin going to the line to shoot.
because he missed the attempt there and fouled on the back end by Fallis.
Lead now 10.
Tolson will come on for Fretwell. And Ayapin is able to hit. Wilson double teamed. Pinballs around. Finally gets to Lee in the front court. Gave it up to Tolson. Off the feed from Lee. Lead back out to 10 with 1:10 to play. Push near side. Castillo will head to the line after he was bumped from Isaac Porter. 2 shots coming up for the junior. We talked about him being the #1 player in Oklahoma in the 2024 class. But how about the interest that he's gotten from some big-time schools as he hits the first? Florida, Illinois, Kansas, Kansas State, and Oklahoma, all with offers out to him.
Well, I mean, pretty much write his own ticket wherever he wants to play. And he's the type of guard that's going to fit in really nicely in any system because he can play the 1, he could play the 2, and it just really depends on where he wants to go. And, you know, I mean, you got an opportunity to play in a Power 5 conference, the SEC, a couple schools, Big 12, Big 10. Take it all in, young man.
Well, he is as advertised. We talked to Clint Stewart before the game, and he said, you know, obviously our #1 player on our team is David Castillo, but it's not just the things he does on the floor, it's the things that he does to affect this team, and that's a man who knows about how players can impact teams and make their teams better by just being leaders.
You know, just by him here should inspire a lot of people in the building and outside the building for what he's done for the game of basketball here in the state of Missouri.
Not only for the game of basketball, but also for the fight against cancer. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Norm Stewart Classic is around. That's one of the reasons why Coaches vs. Cancer is around. So very thankful for the impact that Norm Stewart has had on all of our lives and on the game of basketball and on this university.
That's home for him. And no matter where he is, this will always be home for Coach Stewart.
So an 8-point lead for Tolton with 1:08 to go. Full court pressure from Bartlesville. Wilson gives it away. The Bruins have it with a minute to go. Castillo, step back in front of Porter, too short. Flying in for the rebound is Ayapin to give it back to Castillo, who's fouled outside the 3-point line, and it's a double bonus, so he's probably heading to the free throw line for 2. Isaac Porter fouls out, and Will Fretwell will have to play the last 50 seconds of regulation.
Now things change a little bit down here. If he can make these free throws, now all of your bigs are out of the game. Now you're really depending on your point guards to carry you through this final 50 seconds. Expect a quick foul.
Castillo hit the first. Second is good. It's a 2-possession game. Lee on the inbound, getting it across half court. Clock winding on down. Gave it away again. That's back-to-back steals for Michael Smith. Step back 3. Castillo, right wing. Bullseye. A 5-0 run for Bartlesville. And it's a 3-point game with 35.5 seconds remaining in the fourth.
And you were talking about how he's got offers to Power 5s. And he's putting on a show here tonight. They talk about when you get on a big stage, you either show up or show out. And he's showing out tonight.
Largest lead of the night for Tolton was 14. We saw that early in the third quarter. And, you know, everyone says this in some of these closer matchups, but if you don't put a team away early when you've got an opportunity and extend that 14-point lead to maybe 20, you get in a situation where a big-time player can make big-time plays and put his team in a position to potentially win this ball game.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can really ask for.
So on the floor for Tolton after the foul trouble is Lee, Wilson, Pinchton, Fallis, and Fretwell. It's Smith, Ayapin, Castillo, McCall, and Duong. Inbound, goes out of bounds, and it's Bruins basketball.
3 consecutive turnovers by Tolton here. And they can tie it up in this possession.
Ayapin to key it in underneath. Feeds it up top to Castillo. Contact, no foul. James Lee breakaway. Counted in a foul. James Lee, the senior guard, with the biggest play of the night to try to lock this up for the Trailblazers.
And never fouled them here. McCall should have never fouled them. Should have let him take it to the hoop. Don't foul him there.
Meanwhile, in the backcourt, on the contact, David Castillo is slow to get up.
Yeah, Castillo and James Lee both went up for that basketball. Lee came away with it, and he was able to take it to the basket. He's trying to walk it off, and kudos to that young man for getting up, because he fell from, get a look at it right here. Both his feet came out from underneath of him, full force of that fall on his tailbone.
Yeah, that could have been scary. So Lee at the free throw line to try to push it to a 6-point lead. Rattles it home. There's still a slim chance here for Bartlesville. Ayapin, pull up 3, left wing. Yes, sir. Timeout, Clint Stewart. They just won't go away.
Ayapin couldn't put the ball in the ocean all game, and he hits a 3 to pull it within 3.
He was 0 of 6 from 3 before that jumper, and that's a college 3.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, this is a fun way to end this 2022 Norm Stewart Classic, isn't it, John?
Oh, it is. As you get a look at some of the Tolton students having a good time down here on a Saturday night. Definitely all you can ask for in a final game of what's been a long marathon of basketball over the last 3 days.
Take a look at the last play. Castillo up ahead, and this is just a one-dribble pull-up with ease and a contest from Fretwell.
Chance Summer with the screen on there to get Ayapin behind a defender. Get him open just that little bit. Catch and shoot, he was able to put it home.
So 23.8 tenths of a second remaining.
Let's see if Tolton can get the ball inbounded. They've struggled getting the ball inbounds the last couple of possessions. It's been 3 turnovers in their last 4 possessions.
I would think that they will have a big to key it in, and they will. It's Fretwell. He can work the baseline. Gets it into Lee. And a whistle. Foul called on number 2, Michael Smith III. Must have got him on a jersey pull, because it'll send Xavier Wilson to the line with just under 23 seconds to go.
It's a big free throw for Wilson.
2 shots coming up.
Wilson hits the first. Well, the way the Bruins have been shooting it the last couple of possessions, this game's not over. Bucket's good. They need a quick bucket and a foul on the next inbound. Castillo across the timeline, pushes it ahead to Huang. Into the corner, Ayapin. Back to Castillo. Tipped up, he collects with 10. Jump stops inside the lane. Count it, and a foul. Wow. With time winding down, David Castillo becomes Superman again.
Watch him slash his way through two defenders and get fouled in the process. He'll go to the free throw line for one.
This free throw is so crucial. Take a look at the replay. Castillo found a way to get to that right block, and the layup was so easy to make as he worked through contact. (57-54). Tolton has sent David Castillo to the line for one. Free throw is good. It's a 2-point game. Inbound to Xavier Wilson. 8 seconds left. 7 seconds left, and they foul him in the backcourt near the Missouri Tiger logo. 6.3 to go. And Xavier Wilson can put this thing on ice. First one's good. I'm sure his dad, Edward Wilson, former coach of Lincoln University, taught him at the end of every practice, you got to make your free throws. And he iced the first. Timeout. The second one is very crucial.
You know, he probably shoots hundreds of foul shots. You know, no bigger foul shots than coming with 6.4 seconds go in a game. And
this is big time. This is where, if you're Bartlesville, you would have to think that you've got to push it quickly and put it in the hands of David Castillo. He's your only chance, but you got to get a shot quick, foul on the inbound, and then this has got to be 2 possessions for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it, you got to get it down the court, get a bucket quick, get a foul, and hope that you have a couple of seconds left on the clock.
If you're Tolton defensively after you have this free throw, you cannot foul whatsoever. No fouls.
They'll put pressure on the ball, though, on the inbound for sure.
Yep. You can't let them just cakewalk it across the timeline. So Wilson set up as Bartlesville makes some last-second strategy adjustments.
Bought themselves a couple extra seconds in that huddle, too.
They did. They'll match up 1v1 in the front court. Meanwhile, Castillo's there to catch a would-be rebound on a miss. The miss is there. 5 seconds. Castillo fouled. We didn't talk about that scenario. If you miss the free throw and didn't make it a 4-point game, that's a smart decision to foul because you force them to only have an opportunity for 2.
not to tie it up with a 3.
But if he makes these 2 and he get fouled, you still have time left on the clock.
You might have some time, but that's the risk that Jeremy Osborne's willing to take.
David Castillo has been money here in this second half.
He's been incredible. He is as advertised. 2-point game with 4.2 to go. Castillo needs this free throw. Missed it intentionally. Rebound went off the body of Tolton, and it'll stay with the Bruins. Oh my goodness. With 2.7 seconds remaining, Bartlesville has an opportunity to either tie it or win it here.
I'm going for the dagger. I'm going for the win.
No timeouts left. Ayapin to key it in. Castillo into the right wing with 2 seconds. Step back 3. Missed it. And the Tolton Trailblazers survive to win it 58-56. What an ending to the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic.
Wow. That's all I can say is wow. They did. There was an outstanding job just to get the ball inbounds to give Castillo a shot at the end of regulation.
And we'll see who the Gary Filbert player of the game is. I believe they will make a decision right after the handshakes here, but what a game, John. I mean, that was one of the best endings that you will see in a basketball game. And as you look at the numbers down the stretch, James Lee finished with 20 points. Evans Apollons with 13. How about 30 points for David Castillo on the other end? We knew he was racking it up.
He was the only one in double figures for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. We're done. We will see you next year for 2023.
And at center court, you see James Lee with Sean Erickson of the Missouri Basketball Coaches Association getting the presentation of the Gary Filbert MVP Award. And Sarah Daly is courtside with James Lee, the senior guard of Tolton.
Last minute of this game, it was intense, back and forth, fouling outs, making shots. What a way to end the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. How'd you guys feel out there? It was pretty incredible.
It felt great. We knew it was going to be a struggle going into this. There's always good games at the new Norm Stewart Classic, so we just wanted to come out here, play our best, and that's what we did.
As a team, you guys were gelling there towards the end, communicating really well. Is that something that you guys discussed in the locker room at halftime? Because things kind of changed after that.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we started out a little slow in the beginning. We weren't talking as much on the court on defense, communication. So at half, we went in there and made sure we were all on the same page. And when we came out the second half, it looked a little better.
Well, congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
We'll get a chance to sit down with Tolton head coach Jeremy Osborne in just a second, but a big-time victory as you take one final look at Norm Stewart's court at Norm Stewart's Classic. The 2022 edition has come to a close, and it has come to a close in emphatic fashion. There is no other way we wanted to end this tournament besides having a hometown team, especially one like the Tolton Trailblazers that have had so much success throughout the years. We'll step aside and join you courtside with Jeremy Osborne right after this.
Norm Stewart here, former basketball coach, University of Missouri. When you have a good player, you know you're going to have success. When you have a player that is also a leader, then what you try to do is just stay out of the way, and you really will be successful. That's what happened when Warner Baxter came into the fold and started with Coaches versus Cancer. From that, we went on to CEOs versus Cancer. What a great ride it's been, and how many people he has helped along the way. I want to congratulate the St. Louis chapter of the American Cancer Society. All your help and the corporate leadership in that area has been tremendous. You've helped so many people. I think all of us always wonder, what can we do? It's very easy. Just do what you can do.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Some of us participate on the sidelines.
And some on the court.
We're all in the game in the fight against cancer.
Now we need you on the team.
With you, we will save more lives.
You don't have to be a coach to join Coaches versus Cancer.
Welcome back to the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic here on Stadium as we wrap things up. Final matchup of the night, the Tolton Trailblazers taking on Bartlesville, and we're joined by head coach Jeremy Osborne here courtside. Coach, that was one of the best finishes that we've seen in the Classic all weekend long. I know your squad scared you a little bit down the stretch, but you escaped with the 2-point victory. Just take us through what the last 2 minutes felt like on the sidelines.
Yeah, stressful for sure. I think we did just about everything we could to give the game away. But, credit to James. He makes the only turnover of the game that he's had. Otherwise, played a flawless game. And then turns around and gets a huge and one opportunity, the Air Force at the end. So credit to that kid keeping his head on straight and making a mistake and then being able to be resilient and bounce back.
I know you expect a lot out of your club, and especially from the guard play. James led the way, but Xavier Wilson had some struggles early, but it seemed like down the stretch he had some key free throws, and then from the interior perspective, Evans Apollon was incredible.
Yeah. It was a shame Ev's night was ended early, just being in foul trouble, and he was really starting to find his rhythm, and then makes a foul down here to be his fifth. But Zay responded. He didn't shoot it well, but he played well, I thought, especially in the second half. The free throws down the stretch were huge for us. Just his defensive effort on the Castile kid in the first half, I thought was good. But we got to do a better job closing out games. 10-point lead with 4 or 5 minutes left, and squandered it down to 2. So we just got to take care of the ball and make smarter decisions on the stretch.
Taking care of the basketball, you got probably 2 of the best guards in this area. 3 turnovers in the last 30 seconds. I'm sure you aged a little bit in that last 30 seconds.
See this right here?
And what do you do? Because you have a quick turnaround now. You play Monday. What do you do with this team to get them ready and try to get them a little bit more focused as the season continues?
Yeah, no, I think you do everything you can to get the film, learn from your mistakes. Trust me, I would rather learn from a win than a loss. But at the same time, we got a quick turnaround, like you said, on Monday, and got to go get a win down in St. Louis. So, our guys, it's going to be a learning process for us. We're fielding 4 new starters, almost completely new varsity roster. And so our guys are going to take their lumps at times. But at the same time, we got to learn from them and not make the same mistake twice.
With saying that you're going to get these new starters to gel with one another, how much time do you feel that they need now that you're getting into that deep part of the season with December almost over, and now you start conference play? How much more time do you need for this team to gel?
Yeah, I think, we've shown signs. Our guys have shown signs all season long. We've played really well in spurts. We've played really bad in spurts, especially the last 3 minutes tonight. But, I think for us to be at full strength in March, we need to go through this stuff. Sometimes you grow through making mistakes, and that's okay as long as you're learning from them. And I think our guys are learning from them. I think we're recognizing the mistakes that we're making. And so hopefully we're playing our best ball by the end of February and March.
That's when it counts, right?
Absolutely.
Final thing here, Jeremy. I know we've talked about this at length before, but just talk a little bit about what
this tournament means to you. I know you guys have played in it for a number of years, but getting an opportunity to play on this stage and be a part of the Norm Stewart Classic, which is for such a great cause in Coaches versus Cancer.
Absolutely. Great cause. Great people that run it. Shout out to Brad Hayes for doing a great job scheduling the matchups, had great matchups. And obviously being able to play on Coach's Court, such a legend in the coaching game, and then playing for such a worthy cause adds a little special feel to it, especially being able to do it in Columbia and have Coach sitting courtside. I was worried at the end he was going to yell at me about them turning the ball over, but I didn't want to see Storm and Norman. So, but no, seriously, it's a wonderful cause, and glad to be a part of it every year.
Well, thanks so much for joining us here courtside, Coach. Final score, Trailblazers win 58-56 against Bartlesville. For John Edwards, Coach Jeremy Osborne, Cam Thomas, we say so long from the 2022 Norm Stewart Classic. 3-day event has finally wrapped up, and we thank you so much for joining us here on Stadium. We'll see you next time.